All right, I'm gonna have somebody call.
That's your phone?
What phone?
Was that top audio one? Is that?
Push the speaking. Okay. I just pushed it to mute.
It would be that laptop or something. We're not. None of them, or that might, was that on?
Okay, this microphone was on.
Check one, yeah.
This one was, yeah.
Yeah, anytime someone joins from a laptop in the room, they have to have their audio off.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Get an echo.
you're gonna get that.
Okay. So it needs to stay off, even when they're presenting, because they got this.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And that would still interject with the Teams meeting.
Okay. All right, I'm getting ready to have somebody call in real quick, and then if that goes good, we're good to go.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Well, you know.
Well, yeah. I was like, I look.
There is 7 including myself now. Well, no, we don't. Yeah, we're only. 11 to 11. Actually, I said this. So we get to 6 weeks. No, you guys know each other. It's a lot of rest. A lot of help. Family control. All right.
Do we want this on? The microphone? Oh, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know, well, I didn't know if we wanted this on too. I was like,
All right, good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm going to call to order Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners Committee of the Whole. First item, clerk, will you please call our roll?
Commissioner DeLuke.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler.
here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer.
Here.
Commissioner Morales.
Present.
Commissioner Ray. Chair Strebs.
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. 8 present.
Thank you. And I did receive communication from Commissioner Wheeler. She is off at a conference, Women in Fire, so with other female firefighters. And I hope she's having a great time. Okay. We will move on to item 2, which is our opportunity during this session for public comment. Public comment can be made in person or by phone. If you're attending virtually, you can call 855-925-2801 and enter meeting code 10748, and then press *3 to join the speaker queue. Callers may request to join the speaker queue at any time. Before the final public comment period ends, you'll be permitted to speak during the specific public comment session which you've requested to join. Speakers will be recognized in their order their requests are received. Once recognized, if you please share your name and where you're from. Is there anyone wishing to join us for public comment? Welcome, you can come forward. And if there are others,
Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on this important issue. My name is Andy Richards. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Duncan Aviation. We operate at the Kalamazoo Airport. I'm here as an employee. They either cannot find or they cannot afford quality childcare. They cannot find it or afford it because the market-based model of childcare is broken. Families can't afford to pay, and caregivers can't afford to stay. Those who choose to find care through use of relatives or friends in an effort to save money may unexpectedly lose care when the family member is ill or some other life event prevents them from caring for the children. In our company, over the past year, I know of at least 10 people in just one department that left our company due to childcare related issues, typically cost or availability. This is 12 people total out of an department of 200. So more than 5% of my workforce in the past year has left due to childcare related issues, availability or cost. This has real world consequences for a business like mine. It takes us 1.5 years worth of salary to retrain a new employee to take over for someone who's left. We are very training intensive. We can create a place where families want to come and build a life and where employers want to come and grow their businesses if there's a healthy and productive workforce. The opportunity to attract families and create the workforce is threatened when we live in a childcare desert. I applaud the Commission for considering this bold action to improve our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Welcome to you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Charmaine Eccles. I reside in Kalamazoo County. I am here speaking to you today because of the care and lack of support that we are looking for our services with pre-K. I am the director of Seeds Learning Center, which is located in Mount Zion Baptist Church, and I represent the Seeds Learning Center organization. We know now that child care is not just a woman's issue or something for families to address. Child care is critical to the health, safety, and growth of any community. Across Michigan, we see that child care remains undervalued work. Teachers and providers are often underpaid, and a lack of support in obtaining credentials necessary to building a career in the sector. I see that often with the work that I do as director of the Seeds Learning Center. Early childhood educators have some of the lowest paying jobs and often earn poverty level wages. On average, a child care and early education workers in our area make under $14 per hour, below the state minimum wage in 2026. Now just take a look at that. There are several other learning programs that provide working families with access to high quality, but it's not affordable every childhood education. But the demand for these services far outweighs the supplies, and funding constraints leave many children unserved. Home-based child care providers not only play a pivotal role in supporting childhood development, but often fill an important gap in child care availability and can provide culturally responsible care for our communities. So I'm here today advocating for the millage and glad that you are taking this on to take a look at it for our community, because we know brain development begins with our children 0 to 5 years old. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Charmaine. Welcome.
Hello, commissioners and our county staff. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. I'm Andrea Minema-Macklin. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo County and the Director of Community Impact at United Way of South Central Michigan. As many of you know, our key objective at United Way is to reduce racial and economic disparities by supporting the needs of ALICE households. ALICE, of course, stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed. So we're talking about the 40% of Kalamazoo County residents who cannot afford day-to-day essentials outlined in a basic survival budget, including housing, food, childcare, transportation, and other needs. Childcare is the second highest expense in this ALICE survival budget for families with young children, averaging $1,110 per month in Kalamazoo County per child. Meanwhile, the median wage for childcare workers is $15 an hour, nearly $5 less than the ALICE survival wage for a family with one adult and one child. Investing in access to quality childcare benefits ALICE households and the community at large. According to the National Women's Law Center, households experience increased labor force participation and higher lifetime earnings for both parents and children when child care is invested in. Communities with high rates of affordable childcare access show reduced racial disparities in learning and development, positive health, educational, and economic outcomes, stronger local economies, and increased rates of homeownership and even higher property values. The First 5 Years Fund shows a $13 increase in property values for every $1 invested in childcare access. For more information about ALICE and the impact of investing in childcare, you can visit unitedforalice.org, where we have a lot of data on this issue. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Andrea. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Stony Try. I live in the Millwood neighborhood here in Kalamazoo. I'm a parent and I am also a home health registered nurse. I spend every shift driving from house to house across our community, caring for patients in their homes. I'm here today to ask for you to put the child care millage on the ballot so the voters can decide. When people hear child care funding, they often picture families in crisis or single parents struggling to get by. Those families absolutely need this support, but the child care shortage reaches further than that. I am a parent in a 2-income, 2-parent household. We own our home, and by most measures, we are solidly middle class, but this issue still hits us hard. Child care for young kids in this county can cost more than a mortgage or rent payment. When we have to pay that amount, something else gives. We skip the neighborhood restaurant. We don't sign the kids up for local summer programs. We don't make it to the fundraiser for the school, the community theater, or the youth sports league. When childcare eats the budget, middle-class families stop participating in the local economy and in community life. Multiply that across thousands of families, and you can see why our downtowns and our neighborhood programs feel the squeeze. Families earning less than we do face impossible choices between rent, groceries, and care. Providers, childcare providers, mostly women, earning less than the 2026 state minimum wage to do some of the most important work in our community. That's not sustainable and it's not right. I also see this from the other side of my work. As a home health nurse, I rely on childcare to do my job, and so do my colleagues. Healthcare workers in hospitals, home care, and nursing homes run on shifts that don't always fit a 9-to-5 childcare schedule. When nurses and aides can't find or afford care, patients of all ages lose access to the people who provide their health care. This is a workforce issue for every employer in Kalamazoo, but it hits healthcare especially hard. A $500,000 costs the owner of a $200,000 home about $50 a year, about $1 a week. For that, we can get 10 years of stable funding to lower costs for families, raise wages for providers, and expand care for kids from birth to 5. Kalamazoo voters have already shown up for seniors, for veterans, and for housing. Our youngest residents and the people who care for them deserve the same chance at the ballot. Please put this on the ballot in August and let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Stony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sherry Weber. I am a resident in Kalamazoo County. I grew up in a tiny rural town in Southwest Michigan many, many years ago. As a child, the people who looked after me and took care of me were my mom and her sisters and lots of older cousins. Women did the hard work, unpaid, of both children and elder care in that small town. Today, those sorts of social support networks simply don't exist anymore. So how does childcare happen now? It's still mostly done by women, but instead of being unpaid, they are underpaid. I am hopeful that one of the impacts of the proposed childcare millage will be fair pay for these valuable workers who we entrust our children to, not just because it's the right and fair thing to do, but because it helps set up our children for success. When I moved to Kalamazoo in 2009, I was a single mom of a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. We completely relied on stable, consistent, high-quality childcare providers. Daycare centers were one of the first places in Kalamazoo where my daughters were shown care by people of Kalamazoo other than me. Now, many years later, my girls are both in college. They're promise kids. And I dream of living in a community where we keep making and keeping more and more promises to our kids. in reality, I don't believe that I could have done this again. Like if I were doing this now, I don't think I could have done it because wages have not kept pace with the cost of living for childcare workers. And that means high quality and consistency have also not been able to keep pace. But we can change that. My wish is for Kalamazoo to be able to demonstrate its care for the children of this community, just as we demonstrated it for our senior citizens in 2018 and 2024 with the senior millage. My ask is for you to support this childcare millage and enable us to make and keep another important promise to our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Madison Ring, and I am a lifelong Kalamazoo County resident. I was raised in Schoolcraft, and I am now raising my family here in Kalamazoo. I'm reading from the paper tonight because I am a mother and I have mom brain, so there are many tabs open, so I'm trying to keep it on track tonight. This millage impacts every side of my life. I'm a mom of 4 young children, bio and foster, 5, 3, 2, and 1. My family is an Alice family, just like Andrea talked about, and we rely on TriShare and DHHS CDC funding to afford childcare. For us, it would be over $40,000 if we had to pay out of pocket for my kids to attend. And I have worked in every role in childcare. I've been an assistant teacher, lead teacher, director, assistant director, and now I am the executive director of the Kalamazoo Drop-In Childcare Center. So I have a little bit of experience in this field from every aspect. At KDCCC, we provide free part-time drop-in childcare for low-income families when they need it most. But guess what? Childcare is not a luxury. It is an essential community infrastructure. Every day at KDCCC, we see families taking that step forward. And just as often, we are racing alongside them to find full-time childcare, and they cannot find it. There are not enough spots, there are long wait lists, and there are barriers like upfront costs and delays of support for families. When you register for daycare, you have to pay a registration fee, which is a couple $100s. DHHS does not pay that, so they have to have that. They then have to prove 2 paychecks before they can even get DHHS funding. So that's a month, 2 months worth of childcare that they would have to pay for out of pocket, just starting a job to even start childcare. This is a failed system. When families are held back, the whole community feels it. Right now, KDCCC is operating on a wait list daily. The need is here and the need is growing. Thankfully, what keeps us going is the Kalamazoo community. KDCCC has been here for over 35 years, and we are sustained by local donors. Last year, 1/3 of our income came from individuals right here across Kalamazoo County because we care. The individuals who are donating are paying us less than $100 a year because that's what they have and that's what they want to give because Kalamazoo County cares about supporting our children. This proves that our community already understands this need, but we cannot rely on the generosity alone to fix a system-wide problem. This millage is a community solution. Because when you support childcare, you strengthen families and you strengthen this community. I urge you to move this forward to the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madison. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good evening. My name's Don Cooney. I live in the city of Kalamazoo. The people that have spoken before me have more eloquently presented the importance of this issue than I could ever do. But I just want to say to you that I don't think that there is a better investment that we could make than investment in our families and in our children. All the studies show what a great difference that makes when we have adequate childcare and it's open to everybody. So I want to commend you for taking up this issue. This is an issue that I advocated strongly for when I was on the city commission, but was unable to deliver on. You have the opportunity to make a real difference in the lives of our people in this community, and I urge you to take that step. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to follow a well-known rabble-rouser like Don Cooney. We'll continue with the rabble-rousing. My name is Raymond Wilson, and I live in Cooper Township. I'm here tonight to address the child care tax that this board is considering. When I look at my latest property tax bill, I see the following taxes that are levied on all property owners here in Kalamazoo County. In addition to the general county operating millage, there is a county public safety tax, a county housing tax, a county seniors tax, a county 911 tax. I've run out of fingers, I gotta go to the other hand, a county veterans tax, a county juvenile home tax, and a county transportation tax. That's 8 separate tax millages that are levied by this county government. And now there are plans for a 9th county millage, a tax for daycare, childcare. Apparently, this county board is trying to reach the goal of imposing a dirty dozen of property taxes. I'm sure the advocates for this tax, which we've heard this evening, have many arguments for this program. But the bottom line is this: the taxpayers of Kalamazoo County are tapped out. We have been bled white. The last feather of the golden goose has been plucked. But it doesn't have to be this way. Each of you can demonstrate courage to your constituents, the ones who pay the bills. All you have to do is say no to placing this millage on the ballot. I represent a group called Taxpayers for Accountability. For those citizens who are watching via online, via streaming, you can learn more about us at our Facebook page. Just go to Facebook and search for Taxpayers for Accountability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Raymond. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Inika Way. I'm a resident of the Kalamazoo City. I'm a retired professor from Western at the School of Social Work with a focus on trauma-informed care. Kalamazoo County has made a commitment to the Blueprint for Peace. This includes specific supports for children and families, and it's being lived out in this proposal to put this millage on the ballot for August. I want to make 4 interrelated points in supporting this millage. First, 0 to 3 is a critical time in child development. Children need safe, consistent, nurturing relationships and support. Second, parents working or students need to know that their child is safely and reliably cared for so that they can focus on their work or their studies. Third, businesses need employees who are reliably and fully present during their work shifts. Fourth, childcare centers need to pay a living wage to keep their trained staff so that they can be there consistently and safely for children, bringing us around again to my first point. Thank you.
Thank you, Inika. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Sarah Schmidt-Lee. I live here in the city, and I am one of the pastors at First Congregational Church in downtown Kalamazoo. My children are in high school now. Childcare is not a need in our lives. But when my children were in their toddler years, both my husband and I took turns not working. We both have graduate degrees, but we did the math and determined that it was more cost effective for our families for one of us to not be working than to try to pay for childcare for our 2 children. And so I know that families in our community who don't have the same professional opportunities that my husband and I do are also faced with that difficult choice. This also is not an issue that only impacts children and their parents. This is an issue that impacts seniors in our community. My church has created a support group for caregivers, in part because of the large number of seniors in our congregation who are unexpectedly spending their retirement taking care of grandchildren. They would gladly pay $65 a year on an extra millage than the hundreds of dollars a month they are spending feeding and transporting and entertaining their grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Welcome.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Susan Rosas. I'm the CEO with YWCA Kalamazoo. I live in District 3. I work in District 1. YWCA Kalamazoo is an early childhood care provider right here in Kalamazoo, and we're also a provider for survivors of violence and for newly pregnant and parenting families and their babies. Y'all have heard from me before in support of the child care millage, and I'm back here again today because I have 1,000 moral reasons for supporting this millage. As a community, we cannot pretend like we believe that Kalamazoo's children are our future while we deny those children the quality care that they deserve in Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo is a child care desert, as you've heard before, because our community's kids are not getting the care that they deserve. Our actions speak louder than words, and this is the time for action. And we cannot say that we believe women are equal to men while we deny women the opportunity to work. Yes, child care access impacts everybody, but the research is conclusive. Barriers to child care highly disproportionately impact women. It's what prevents women from returning to work. It's what puts their careers on pause. It is what widens the gender pay gap. The barriers to childcare here in Kalamazoo leave our community's women behind. We cannot say we believe women are equal to men when we pay women abysmal wages with no benefits. When we pay the sector unlivable wages with no benefits, in childcare we are specifically paying women unlivable wages with no benefits. And here in Kalamazoo, there is real racial impact too. The childcare desert here highly disproportionately impacts families of color. Black children are more likely to be left without care options than their white counterparts, which means Black mothers are more likely to face barriers returning to work. The childcare workforce employs a disproportionately high number of women of color, so when we pay childcare workers abysmal wages with no benefits, this isn't just a gendered workforce issue, it's a racial one too. If we're honest, we can admit the sector is underfunded because of who we are, not because of what we do. Today, the only ask is that this commission consider allowing this community the opportunity to choose. Without this millage on the ballot, there is no choice. If we block this opportunity from even reaching the ballot, we are further stripping families from the power to change their circumstance. If we block the opportunity from reaching the ballot, we have decided for Kalamazoo that will uphold the child care desert. We would be silencing community voice, preventing our neighbors from deciding what's in their own best interest, what's in our children's best interest, what's in the community's best interest. We should always strive to share power with the families who have been left behind. Let's respect Kalamazoo enough to let this community choose. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Nina Smith. I'm the site director of the Dreamery at Edison, a child care program of YWCA Kalamazoo. I live and work in District 1. I am here in support of the child care millage. I speak to you as a child care provider, an advocate, someone who works directly with families and child care workers who are doing everything they can to build stable, dignified lives for their children. The proposed millage has the power to make a life-changing difference. For many families, childcare is the fragile thread holding everything together. When care becomes unstable or unaffordable, parents don't just lose childcare, they lose jobs, education opportunities, housing stability, and sometimes hope. No parent should ever have to choose between showing up for their child and showing up for their employer. I've seen how decisions tied to state scholarships have shifted what should be a strong partnership between families and early childhood professionals. Instead of stability, families experience fear. Instead of trust, paperwork. This millage can help restore balance, keeping children in care and ensuring that continuity, not crisis, defines their early years. And we must talk about childcare workers. The people caring for our children are pursuing credentials, attending trainings, and completing ongoing professional development, often on nights and weekends, to provide high-quality care. Yet, many still struggle to afford housing, basic needs, or even childcare for their own children. We cannot continue to rely on passion alone to sustain an essential workforce. This millage is not charity. It is an infrastructure. It is an investment in our workforce, our economy, and our future. When childcare is stable, parents can work. When parents can work, businesses thrive. And when educators are supported, children flourish. I urge you to support this millage. For families carrying the weight alone, for workers who keep showing up despite the odds, and for the children whose futures depend on what we choose to value today. Please vote yes and help Kalamazoo become the village our families deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Camila Tursunova. I'm a project coordinator of Edison Early Childhood Education Career Pathway. I also serve as the ECA Career Pathways Manager at YWCA Kalamazoo. I live in Vicksburg, District 8, and I work community-wide supporting childcare centers across District 1, 3, 5, and 9. I'm here today in support of childcare millage. Childcare for our youngest residents is vital. This supports help infants and toddlers develop and learn, provide our community with jobs and economic growth, and support parents during some of the most influential years of the child's life. Yet very few public resources are invested in the care and education for those ages 0 to 5, and those that exist are often difficult to access. Edison ECA Career Pathway is the collaborative of 13 early childhood education employers, including childcare centers and home-based providers, working through the U.S. Department of Labor Talent Pipeline Management Framework. Alongside with 12 community partners, we project hiring needs, connect educators to apprenticeships, CDA trainings, and college pathways, and provide wraparound support that help early learning professionals stay and grow in the field. From my experience, the most important thing I can emphasize is that investing in care and education for young children requires investing in the workforce that provides that care. You cannot have one without the other. At our 2026 Employer Summit, employees were direct. Low wages are driving educators out, and they want to pay more, but they cannot do it alone. It costs 3 times the tuition revenue to run a quality program with living wages and benefits. Raising tuition only burdens the families we serve. At our lead employer, YWCA Kalamazoo, when additional supports were put in place, retention rose from 40 to 80%, and this is investment in action. Our employers also communicated that they experienced financially destabilized by delayed MDHHS billing and shifts in enrollment driven by pre-K for all programming. Employers need localized support and that meets them where they are. When early care and education is stable, parents can work, businesses operate, and our economy can grow. Childcare centers and home-based providers are entrepreneurs operating small businesses, a sector that deserves the same recognition and support as any other. And early learning professionals are helping build the foundation of the next generation of future doctors, lawyers, engineers, and community leaders. I respectfully ask the County and Board of Commissions to support childcare and early childhood services. With meaningful investment, we can make Kalamazoo County a stronger, more stable, and more thriving place for everyone. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Conda. Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. I am Keisha Dickinson. I come to you tonight as both a parent of past children that were a part of daycare and also as a daycare provider, past daycare provider. My 3 Ps are now all graduates from college, but when I started out, my son Omar and I were, we were raising each other at Western. I was a freshman in college with a child, had no means to pay for daycare. My friends from Muskegon, my village, we took turns taking him to each other during classes. So I know the struggles. I ended up working at the Montessori just for Omar to be able to have daycare. So this has been going on, telling my age, 32 years ago, and it's still a problem today. So I'm the old auntie now, trying to help other mothers figure out how to find quality childcare. And this has been an ongoing battle and struggle. Once I did have my own childcare center, that was a struggle because my students that came to my center were all DHS recipients, which means I was only able to have $2.25 per hour per child. So I could not compete with other daycares in the area, and I was right here in the city on Rose Street. And so that's still a struggle to have quality childcare and also as a provider to compete with bigger, larger organizations. Now, $50 to $65 may be a lot to some taxpayers because we don't know what they're making or what they have. But that would just be less than $1 if they could spare that for us to have this childcare millage take place. So I am the old auntie asking, please, please consider having this on the ballot. This millage is very necessary. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Keisha. Welcome.
Good afternoon, County Board of Commissioners. I'm Toby Hannah Davies. I live at Heritage Community Senior Living on the border of Edison and Millwood neighborhood, which draws residents from all over the county, probably some of your previous voters. I'm speaking from experience when I tell you that I am in strong support of the childcare millage going before the voters. My whole first career was in childcare, and my master's degree is in early childhood education. I was director of a community preschool in Westville, Connecticut for 6 years in the 70s, and I was founding director of the Eastern Michigan University Child Care Center for 6 years in the 80s, which was for students and staff members' children. In my early childhood education courses at Southern Connecticut State University, Michigan was famous for the high scope Perry preschool study, which showed the powerful positive impact that high quality preschool education had on at-risk children for the rest of their lives. Higher graduation rates, increased earnings, lower crime rates, better adult outcomes of all kinds. So when I moved to Michigan, I was really surprised that people here didn't seem to know about the High Scope study. I hope you look it up, High Scope, Perry Preschool Project. As a director, I was committed because I understood the need for high quality preschool education like in the Perry Project. And it made it a huge challenge for me as a director to keep the cost of childcare low enough for most of the parents at their stage of life when they're in school and working at lower wage jobs. And it was also a challenge to pay the teachers anywhere near a living wage. And I was the breadwinner for me and my husband while he was in graduate school. So even my pay as director was so low that we had to pinch every penny. It's distressing to see all these years later that there's such a need for high quality childcare county in our county childcare. We 3 children for every childcare slot. That's what we're facing here now. We could get such a high return on investment if we learned from the High Scope study. Please put this before the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment?
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brooke Lindley, and I live in Comstock Township. I want to express that I am not a parent. I am not a caregiver. I am not a provider of children, but I am a homeowner, and I live in Kalamazoo County. I've heard from providers, from staff of centers, from concerned residents, and I want to express that this proposal that would be in front of the voters potentially in August is proposing that half, like 0.5 millage for 10 years from 2027 to 2036 that would provide for 0 to 5, the caregivers, the child care, parents, and just proposal estimates of a home value, like taxable value of 100,000 would cost approximately $50 per year. You know what I pay more for a year? Netflix. I pay Netflix and I probably watch Netflix maybe one time, maybe twice a month. And I continue to keep paying it. So I will commit myself as well as my home, my family, to paying $50 a year to help support one of our most vulnerable populations outside of seniors is our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Is there anyone else? Right, I'm seeing none other in chamber. There's no one online. All right. Thank you. At this time, we will close this opportunity for public comment. I am going to use a little bit of chair's discretion and invite forward Clerk and Register of Deeds Meredith Place for her annual report so that she can get to her child at childcare on time. Thank you, Clerk Place, and welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Very much appreciated. Dina's just pulling up the annual report. My annual report is also in your packets. So again, I just want to say thank you, Chair, Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak in front of you this evening. This is something that I have done and presented in front of you all since I became a clerk. And the reason why I just want to share why do I come before you and take up some of your time. It's really twofold, right? It's to showcase the work of the office and to recognize, and now that I get an opportunity, I do want to recognize a couple staff members who are here in chambers, Clerk Executive Coordinator Sam Burns and our Chief Deputy Clerk Register John Kern, both of whom play critical leadership roles in keeping the office running smoothly. And to the many members of my team who may be watching, I want to say thank you. This report truly reflects our work, your professionalism, your commitment to serving the residents of Kalamazoo County. Secondly, I come before you because this report is about transparency and accountability, ensuring that all of you have not only the visibility and understanding of what we do in the office, but you have an opportunity to ask questions about our work. So let's see. Let's see if I can, okay. Okay, thank you. Terrell's going to help me here. I am going to go rather quickly. I'm just looking at the time so I can skedaddle down to Portage. Our organizational chart, I do want to show highlights and highlight because our work is highly specialized. Each division plays a critical role. Looking at our 2025 accomplishments, we made significant progress in records preservation and access, largely because of the investment you all have made in approving funding to digitize historic board meeting packets and minutes. Soon, those records will be fully searchable and more accessible both to the staff and the public. We also focused on improving customer experience in our office, including updates to our lobby areas, signage. That slide highlights one of our new signs, overall accessibility, and creating a more welcoming and efficient environment in the office. Finally, we expanded our outreach efforts through staff positions, intentional engagement. We increased awareness of our services, including a 36% increase in online vital records orders and expanding community presence throughout programs like the County ID mobile units. This reflects we are really meeting residents where they are. Our Vital Records Division is a cornerstone of our office, supporting residents through major life events. In 2025, we continue to shift towards online services and improving efficiency and access. We expanded the Vital Records Scholarship programs.
program, which removes financial barriers for residents who need access to essential documents. We also expanded our bilingual capacity, improving accessibility for residents with limited English proficiency, supporting more inclusive and equitable service delivery. Overall, this division, we focus and continue to focus on improving access while maintaining accuracy and reliability. In the Register of Deeds, you all know the Register of Deeds Division is responsible for maintaining all land and property records for the county. In 2025, we continue to focus on improving both access and data quality. We expanded electronic recording services to include individual users. We also made significant progress in indexing and our data accuracy. This work is critical to ensuring that property records remain reliable, accessible, and useful for residents, businesses, and local governments. Right, elections. There are no off years. As the county clerk, I serve as the chief election official for Kalamazoo County, which means our office is responsible not only for administering elections, but also ensuring compliance, accuracy, and the integrity across the entire election process. We made important progress in the elections division, transitioning candidates to electronic filing last year. Moving from paper to e-filing improves efficiency, it reduces errors, and it allows for faster public access to campaign finance information. Beyond campaign finance, we focused on investing in future readiness for 2026, launching new vendor partnerships, planning for additional staffing capacity, and continuing work on early voting implementation. We also maintained a strong focus on voter education, community engagement, participating in several events throughout the county to help residents better understand election processes and safeguards. Next, the Larry Provancher Kalamazoo County Identification Program continues to be an important access point for residents across Kalamazoo County. I'm proud to say that since the program's inception, we have issued nearly 15,000 IDs. This is huge. We also, in 2025, completed 40 mobile unit engagements throughout the county. We are also focusing on internal processes, reducing errors, improving consistency, and making the application process clearer and more accessible. The program, as you know, is about more than identification. It's about access, inclusion, and building trust between residents and our government. Next, as one of our most important statutory roles, I wanted to briefly highlight the clerk's role as the secretary to the Board of Commissioners. This includes maintaining official records of the board actions, preparing minutes, ensuring compliance with the Open Meetings Act, and preserving both current and historical records. While much of the work happens behind the scenes, it's essential to ensuring transparency, accuracy, and accountability in county government. We also continue to improve coordination and workflows with the board office to strengthen consistency and efficiency in this process. All right, looking ahead to future goals. Our focus remains on continuing to modernize and improve access. This includes completing the digitization of historical records, expanding search capabilities through OCR technology, and engaging in strategic planning for programs like the County ID. Across all areas, our goal is to improve access, increase efficiency, and strengthen the systems that support public service. In closing, I just want to say I'm incredibly proud of the work our team has accomplished in 2025. This report reflects a year of steady progress, strengthening our core services, expanding access for residents, and continuing to build on the infrastructure needed for the future. I appreciate the board's continued support, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Clerk Place, for your comprehensive report and the quality of work in your office and in your team. Are there any questions from commissioners? Seeing Commissioner Morales and then Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Clerk, for the report. Happy to be back on the committee. I will say that Jasmine is doing an exceptional job on her work down there. I was able to sit in on a meeting and see what she has coming up the pipeline. So I'll wait and let you all share that. So my question is related to the bilingual equitable service deliveries that you provide. Can you talk a little bit about that specifically? And is it a base rate and pay? Is it person to person communication? Is it a computer? And regarding pay, is it something that is more, is it incentivized when they speak two languages?
So the item that I spoke to in the report references an expanding bilingual services because we added a staff member who speaks Spanish directly to customers on a daily basis. We have two other staff members in the clerk's Register of Deeds office that offer that same service. And so that's what the report speaks to. But in addition to the staff members who can provide that direct service, which is utilized on a daily basis, we also have access to a system that the county has through a program called Homeland. It's a computer generated system. So essentially, if a member of the public comes up to the counter and speaks a different language, we can connect with Homeland through that device and provide services, translation services, excuse me. Speaking to the incentive, right, payment incentive, that's something that our office has asked the DE&I director for a couple years ago. My understanding that it's being worked on, and hopefully it reaches your desk very soon.
Are you seeing a preference in individuals using those computers or actually wanting to speak to a person?
Well, I think the preference ideally for an individual would like to speak with somebody in their native language.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Got the right button? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Clerk, for your very informative report and the hard work that your office does. And I appreciate all of your professionalism in providing services. I've seen it down there numerous times when I've been in your offices. And I just want to reach out and tell you thank you for your hard work and the wonderful things you're doing to make Kalamazoo's clerk's office a very good place to do business with, and your professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you. Are
there any others? Commissioner Kistler.
Thank you, Chair. Meredith, when you were a commissioner, you and I didn't see eye to eye on many things, but you are one hell of a clerk. I salute you. Thank you.
Thank you. I like this role a lot better. You guys got a tough job. You guys got a tough job.
All right.
You guys know where to find me.
Yeah. Seeing nothing further, Clerk Place, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll back up in our agenda now. We'll go back to item 3, review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. And we'll welcome forward Finance Director Ryan Post.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. This evening, we have an accounts payable claims list totaling $5,990,614.57 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $5,889,842.66. Payroll disbursements totaling $4,458,193.40 are presented for the April 15th general payroll. We welcome any questions from the board at this time.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions, commissioners? Seeing none this evening. Thank you, Director Post. Thank you. All right. Now we'll go to item 4. We'll have a review of our monthly investment report. We'll welcome our Chief Deputy Treasurer, Tyler White. Welcome, Tyler.
Thank you, Chair. All right, well, let's get right into it. So as of March 31st, the county's investment portfolio had a par value balance of $180,151,986.59 and a market value of $179,609,983.86. There's a mark-to-market variance between our par and market values of just over $542,000. That's a $461,000 some odd dollar decrease in value from February. Like every month, our mark-to-market variance only impacts us if we were to liquidate our portfolio. Our strategy is to hold all of our investments until maturity so we avoid any sort of realized loss. For the month of March, our portfolio earned $560,314.61 on an average daily balance of $175,321,410.66. It's an effective rate of return on our investments of 3.76%. It's inclusive of all realized gains, losses, and sales maturities, as well as amortization of premiums and discounts. Of the 560 some odd thousand that we earned, $301,263.77 relates to general fund and budget stabilization investment pools. General fund share is $295,555.58. Budget stabilization is $5,708.19. For the year to date, our portfolio has earned $1,641,011.49 on an average daily balance of $166,139,451.91. That's got an effective rate of return for the year to date of 4.01%. Also inclusive of all realized gains, losses, sales, maturities, amortization of premiums and discounts. Of this, the general fund share is $894,000 and budget stabilization is $16,572. So just over the $900,000 mark for year to date for general fund dollars. This is where we're going to get into the bad news. So inflation over the last 12 months was 3.3%. That is up 2.4% in February. Our 3.76% monthly rate of return is still higher than inflation, but we experienced less than 0.5% of real purchasing power gain courtesy of inflation. For context, that's the lowest since I've started working here. And it's the highest inflation number we've had in 2 years. This is the breakdown for the last 12 months from March 25 to 26. Food is up 2.7%. Energy commodities or fuel up 19.4%. Energy services or utilities up 5%, of which electricity is up 4.6%, gas is up 6.4%, shelters up 3%, transportation services up 4.1%, medical services up 3.7%, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, up 1.2%. This is the first month where we've seen the impacts of the war with Iran on inflation. Inflation is the highest level we've had in 2 years. But I also want to stress we haven't truly begun to see the downside impact of higher fuel costs on everything else in the economy. Gasoline, just month over month, February to March, had a 21.2% increase, while fuel oil had a 30.7% monthly increase. And even if the Strait of Hormuz were to completely open today, all hostilities end, damage to infrastructure and time required just to get the global markets back to normal mean that we won't see normal oil prices, assuming all hostilities end today and everything's back to normal, until maybe the end of this year into next year. So we're going to be dealing with higher prices through the end of the year. For a little more added context, the jobs report for March came out, and it was an increase. We had 178,000 additional jobs, but netted against the loss in February, we only gained 28,000 over the past couple of months. So the labor market is holding about steady. So it's not dropping. I don't expect we're going to see interest rate cuts from the labor side. That said, now prices are going back up. It's going to be difficult for the Federal Reserve to really judge what the best strategy is. And Chair Jerome Powell's term ends in March, or not March, May. So it's unclear what exactly is going to happen with interest rates. The Treasurer and I continue to monitor, and we'll keep this board posted with anything as we learn it. My expectation is that we're going to continue to hold steady at interest rates where they are until something breaks. Either inflation starts to come down as prices normalize, or if the labor market starts to weaken because of higher costs, and then interest rate cuts come to try and shore that up. This is stagflation territory. Hopefully that's not the case, but we'll continue to monitor and knock on wood and pray on it. Happy to take questions from the board.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Seeing none from the commissioners. Thank you very much, Tyler. I appreciate your effort and communication. All right. We're going to move forward to our items in 6. So first we have Axon Records RMS contract, the 1-year funding strategy, and 5-year capital improvement plan, the 2026 through 2030 discussion. And do we have anyone from the, sorry, I didn't see you there, Under Sheriff, my apologies. I'll welcome Under Sheriff Greenlee. All right. Under Sheriff, I'll let you begin. Well, I'll just orient us briefly. So we've been working for some time with a number of strategies to help fund both RMS and JMS systems. These are road management, record management and jail management systems, rather, software needed by the sheriff's office, both in the field and within the jail facility, to manage data, to interact with officers, etc. We've committed funding in a number of ways to try to get this accomplished, and one of which looking at positions that linger unfilled, though it's sort of like a rolling bubble within the sheriff's budget. Under Sheriff comes forward with another proposal on a manner to fund this particular project with reallocation of CIP funding. So Under Sheriff.
Good evening, board. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, Administrator Catlin, Dr. Catlin. Appreciate you hearing my strategy for funding our RMS system. You've already generously supported our JMS system, which is going to be Black Creek, and we're starting the implementation process. When we RFP'd these work projects, we made sure that our choice for RMS would interact and talk to our JMS system, which will be a huge improvement in regards to record sharing and information and transparency and the ability to pull records when we need them to. Axon does this. You've allowed us to come in here and give a presentation on Axon and why they were chosen. And we needed to come up with a funding strategy that wouldn't involve, first we did look at, as the chair said, freezing positions within our agency to try to fund this management system. The sheriff and I and our team didn't feel that was a feasible, viable option. We did run several different scenarios doing that. One was a 3-month run, and then one was freezing positions for up to a year. The Sheriff's Department doesn't have a huge issue filling positions. The Sheriff's Department has a huge issue retaining people, especially in the Corrections Division. It's a very hard environment to work in. It's an aging infrastructure. It's very stressful, and the burnout rate is high. We are constantly hiring for those positions, and if we were to freeze those positions, we would burn out the ones that do last, and that is our worst fear. So our team got together along with the Director of Finance, Ryan Post, who you just heard from a moment ago, with the sheriff. We've met with the administrator several times, and we came up with different funding strategies. One of them that we thought was viable that you could consider for us, possibly passing tonight for consideration, was to audit our CIP string lines and see where we were at with them. So included in your packet, you'll see an Excel sheet in there. And we went through every CIP that we had given to the Sheriff's Department from 2022 all the way up to 2026, if any of them were open. We went through them line by line. We determined if the project had been completed and there was funds left over that could be put towards RMS. The ones in 22 was transcription. That project was completed. There's 18,400 left. Electronic medical records. When you allowed us to procure the JMS system, it came with an electronic medical records software system in it that we'll be implementing. That was $48,000. We could move that over to the RMS system. Jail door replacement, $6,000 was left there. That project is completed. The doors have been replaced inside the facility to have food ports in them now. We had monies left over in 2024 from mobile radio replacement, $46,000. An MDT replacement, $20,000. You gave us in 2024 $50,000 to do a locker room feasibility study. However, you came together as a group and decided to do a master plan and feasibility studies for the entire county, which we've taken advantage of, and they came to our agency and they've actually inspected our locker rooms along with everything else that we'd like to be in the master plan. So we wanted to redirect that possibly towards the procurement of RMS its first year. Some other smaller projects that we had monies left over in were our 24 ice machine procurement, our hard surface flooring cleaning machine, which we've procured 2 of them now, and we still have 1,600 left in that fund. We had little over, or about 1,700 left in our patrol vehicles fund from 2025. We had 50,000 left over in our mobile radio replacement fund, and another 50,000 in 2025 left over in our MDT replacement. Also, we had a jail radio replacement around 22,000 that was left over from 2025, and we had about $236 left over from the purchase of a CIS forensic computer that has been procured now. Also, we had the blessing of the Consolidated Dispatch Center that's going to upgrade our radios for the entire county. We had planned on having to do that project ourselves, and you had allocated us $310,000 to do that. However, the dispatch center will be doing that for all law enforcement agencies within the county now, which is a huge blessing. So we'd like to redirect that money. And then our PBT project that you gave us money for, we had $24 left in that. So when we added it all up, we had about $627,000 that we could put towards the first year implementation process. The first year implementation process will probably be and it's in your packet, around $668,000, give or take there. We ran these numbers by the county finance director, Ryan Post. We asked him if he saw any issues with it. We also made sure that all the project managers for these different projects that you had allocated us monies for were okay with the reappropriation of funds and that they didn't need them, and we wouldn't be cutting them short either. So when we added it up, we found that we could actually have enough monies for the first year. And then we came up with a capital improvement program. We reworked what we would turn into the county. We went through all of our projects. That Excel sheet is in there too. And it has years 26 up to 2030 in there. It has some of our current programs that you'll see in there, like body worn cameras, which we're asking for you to look at again today. It has the jail camera system, the flock camera system. It has monies laid out for those projects that have already been awarded. And we've also added the last line of possibly the RMS initiative that you're considering tonight, and how that would slide in there. And we presented that to you in the packet as well. So we wanted you to know that we had a whole look at the budget when we thought of reallocating these funds to an RMS CIP project. Questions?
Thank you, Under Sheriff. So open first to commissioners. Are there any specific questions? Vice Chair.
First off, I'd like to thank you for going through those CIP project strings back to 2023, 2024. We need to go through all of them that have been given out over the last 4 or 5 years, and this board should probably make that one of our priorities because there's a lot of $23 and $48,000 and $62,000, and they add up. And unused dollars need to be, and we need to probably have a policy of our CIP that if it's not used by a certain number of years, and we're working on that in the CIP, but there needs to be an end date so it just doesn't roll over every single year. And we have find CIP from 8 or 9 years ago that are unused dollars. But yeah, as far as this, I think this is for year one, I think that you identifying those old project strings is good, and I'm certainly in favor of that. The following and subsequent years, committing that to the CIP projects, I probably feel more comfortable talking to the CIP committee on that. But year one, and for me, I'm good to go in year one. The following years, I think we need to have subsequent conversations of what kind of ties us to those things, because you could have unforeseen needs, jail replacement door or something to that effect that would hamstring you for the ability to apply for CIP because you're already locked in with this as a expenditure. So I guess from my information or from my perspective, I'm good to go forward with this in year one. How we do 27, 28, 29, and 30 and beyond, I think that needs to be an ongoing conversation with a lot of different potential funding sources.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So, and I agree with those points just made. You know, the concern with the longer term, pivot to the CIP priorities is those are all still priorities. They're all still things that the sheriff's office needs, and they're ongoing sort of a CIP plan that needs to be implemented. Because where we find ourselves is in a position where we continue to hit sort of infrastructure crises that occur. Same as occurred here with the software. We have software that's not really very functional. We have a need to replace that software, but we have to get into a place where we stop hitting the wall and then have to scramble to sort of figure out how to solve the problems at hand. The funds identified, the 627,000, the year one implementation is beyond that cost a bit. So what gets us the gap?
Yeah, so it would either need to come from general funds or the sheriff's budget. That could be about $50,000.
The other thing, as we're thinking through how to approach this organizationally, is the plan laid out here for year one makes sense, but we are then committed into a multi-year expense, and we don't have the plan laid forth on how we accomplish that, while not neglecting the other needs in the capital improvement planning process. So I know that we need the software, but I'm still a bit hesitant that we have a solid plan to stand on. It's also been communicated, the opportunity to collaborate. We have a lot of dollars identified within the budget that are for staffing, which is not then utilized. You have a lot of turnover because there's difficult retention. And so I think the idea that you see positions freeze so that the dollars are freed up to be used for other sources means that you're going to have somebody at the door saying, please hire me, and you have to tell them no. And that is not the case. We have the opportunity to utilize contingency funds if needed. So we have a commitment from this board, from previous dialogue, that if you have a position and somebody's there to fill it and it needs to be filled, but we need to make an accurate budget process. That's what's happening, is that we have dollars sort of sitting identified for positions that really turn over and don't fill up to 100%, and then we're using those resources to pay overtime.
Yeah,
so
you are correct. And I also just wanted to point out that those position dollars that you're speaking of, they are actually utilized at the end of every budget year to compensate For overtime.
overtime?
So we also would be leaving a giant hole to be filled there unless the overtime was appropriately funded at the beginning.
Yeah,
And that's just common practice. But I do want to make that clear that it's just not open money left there.
Yeah.
It does actually, it has been getting utilized the last 5-6 years for that purpose.
yeah. And I think that's a really, important point. If we're thinking about really accurately budgeting, then really identifying what is the overtime cost within the department and identifying and planning for that meaningfully, rather than protecting positions so you can pay overtime. Let's just budget for the overtime. I see Vice Chair.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, and you kind of got my brain kicking. You're absolutely correct. We need to appropriately budget overtime and not, and also what I think that we can do and to get the other side of that and work with Ryan. And I'm just kind of spitballing here, but look at each department. What do they use out of their salary pool as percentage of what is budgeted each and every year? Take a 5-year average. You can use that as a budgeting mechanism when we do the 2027 budget or beyond. Perhaps I'm kind of looking at Ryan, but different departments have different turnovers and different departments have different sort of what percentage of salary. I think we adjusted some of how what percentage of salary pool we expect to use when we budget at the beginning of the year. But we're under that, specifically in the sheriff's department because of the turnover, especially in the jail.
Right.
But if we offset, say, a lower percentage, we know that the sheriff's department, I'm just going to make up an arbitrary number, it has X amount of percent is utilized over an average of a 5-year period of time. We only have to budget X amount of dollars, and then we can go back into contingency. But that would free up a lot of dollars within our budget, and it would allow us to more accurately predict what our expenditures are going to be on the expenditure side. So I mean that's just kind of an idea, but it would require Ryan to do an awful lot of work. And I apologize, Ryan, for coming up with that idea. But looking at what percentage of salary pool is used by over a 5-year period of time, and then putting that number into our budget process so that we can more accurately predict our expenditures, and we don't get an audit that comes back and says, you guys are $9 million surplus this year, which you were last year, the year before that, the year before that. So that's kind of where I'm looking at. How do we more accurately predict that? Sorry to put you on the spot, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm seeing Finance Director. I'll recognize Mr. Post.
Thank you. So we did explore this the last couple of years, and the problem that we faced with that is when we budget for those positions and the overtime, for example, let's use the general fund, right? Let's say that's $3 million. So $3 million with 54% fringe rate. Now you're talking a matter of near $5 million. So if we had to budget that $5 million, that essentially takes away $5 million worth of new funding requests that's presented to the board and administration to grant. So we did consider that.
Sorry to engage this back and forth. I think you misheard me. What I'm suggesting is we budget $5 million. Let's just use that number for the sheriff's department. We know every single year with our overtime costs, we're spending $4 million. They're actually spending $3 million. I'm just coming up with a number. They're spending $3 million on, and we're spending $1 million on overtime. That leaves $1 million in carryover that we have each and every single year. I think those numbers are much greater than that. I don't have those in front of me, but that's what's been happening in the last 6, 7, 8, 9 years, again and again and again. But instead of us saying, okay, we've got $5 million positions, we know that they're probably only going to average spend $3.5 million or $3 million in this. Let's just put $1 million in overtime that they're averaging each of the last 5 years or whatever it is. We'll put that. We know that they're going to spend 80% of their 70% of their salary pool. So at the $5 million of budgeted positions, we'll budget $3 million for that and $1 million for overtime. That actually creates an extra $1 million for projects and services because we're not hiding the money in expenditures that we'll never use.
So to clarify, sir, may I ask, did you suggest that we were budgeting 100% of the positions still?
No, I think we dropped it down to 90 because we took an right? Didn't we drop it down to 90 of our of what we budget for salary pool by positions?
That was the previous methodology, sir. So under this new methodology, what we use, it's the human capital management module. We literally take a screenshot. So if we were going to build a 27 budget today, being April 21st, 2026, we would capture every position by position number, K-band level, and we would budget that accordingly. That's how we do that now. So it's pretty accurate.
Define accordingly, because according to our budget audit, we're not, because we continually have an audit that tells us we've budgeted 10, 12 million, whatever X amount of dollars in expenditures for salary pool, and we're always underneath that. So is this new model going to get us closer in the next audit cycle to our expenditures?
That's correct.
Let me hear, to ask a clarifying question also, related to this response. So we are budgeting 100%.
That's correct.
Of the positions, but we know that we're really filling 80% of them. Right, and that's what we're trying to get at here is that, you know, where is that happy medium? We're budgeting an excess, you know, of what we will actually realize as expenses. And so rather than holding back from funding requests that are needed because we're budgeting monies that really are not going to go out the door, how do we balance that meaningfully so that the budget is reflective of the reality? Okay. Okay, I appreciate that dialogue. So, Administrator, for the good of the commission, so the sheriff's office has identified, and we may need director post, I'm not sure, 627,000 and change in CIP that they would like to reallocate for RMS implementation, which is short of the total cost. So under sheriff has identified, you know, a preference for either county general fund support for the difference or funding from otherwise within the sheriff's budget. In dialogue that you've had, do you have, you know, an avenue for us to bridge the gap or any other information that you'd like to add in for clarity for us?
You know, at this time, Chair, I really don't. We would have to sit down with the sheriff's office more comprehensively to discuss a financial strategy. We just have not had the time to do that. We did reach out, although recognizing obviously the sheriff's out on vacation. So we need to have those meetings to set up come up with a more comprehensive strategy to present to the Board of Commissioners at this time.
Thank you, Administrator. So I guess the first question before us, you know, do we have an appetite to consider them reallocating these CIP dollars that have already been identified into this other project or not? And if so, then Administrator would go forward and have additional discussions. Or do we want to explore other funding options? We've heard a couple of them discussed here. Or is this something we see not having capacity to move forward at this time? Sort of what's in front of us. Commissioner DeLuke?
No, I'd definitely like to move forward. Obviously, it's important enough for the sheriff's department that they're scrimping and scraping wherever they can to get this project going. And being familiar with their old system, this is sorely needed. So I totally support moving forward with this.
Thank you. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Can't reach the button there. Thank you, Chair. I concur with Commissioner Duluth. I think we need to support our sheriff's department in some manner on how we can get this program going. I guess I'm thinking that we need to have administration and maybe a couple of us get together with the sheriff's department, see how we can help them get this project going and keep it going. So I don't think it's, it's not going to be a one-year deal. This needs to be multi-year. So we got to come up with a better plan for them or help them to get this project going. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the number of conversations, meetings, and emails we've had trying to work this out, we'll continue at it. So I think we're seeing, thank you, Commissioner Ray.
Yeah, I just have some questions about, well, I guess not questions, they've been answered. For me, I would like to see us have more conversation around remaining CIP funds before we utilize these funds for this project. And then we have 100 other departments saying, oh, well, I have $26,000 I'd like to use for this. I also like to maybe discuss utilizing some of that remaining CIP funds to get some fresh water into the jail for the current inmates. I'm not saying that we don't need this system, but I think we should explore alternative funding methods.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. All right, so we have some support from commissioners to move forward with RMS. We have other concerns elevated, which I think are extremely legitimate and valid, particularly, around inmate conditions currently in the jail and what it does to ultimately to the CIP process. So I know I see Vice Chair's wheels turning. He sort of represents us there in the CIP process at the board level, Vice Chair.
I think Commissioner Ray is absolutely right in that we should need to go through every string attached. But that being said, I think we're going to find a lot more than $627,000 when we do. But I do think that this is the sheriff's office took the lead in identifying their project strings. So I would put them first in line of the strings that we find. But at the very least, I think we should have a discussion of going after all old project CIP strings, finding which ones to be utilized, conferring with whatever department, requested those and make sure that they're still going to be used. But the first $667,000 of that, I would say, should go for year one of the JMS system and how we move forward from years 2 to 3 to 4. I think that needs to be a conversation in our budget process.
All right, so we'll endeavor administrator to have further discussion with the sheriff's office to come to consensus there. All right, Under Sheriff, appreciate your time, your presentation and the dialogue. Okay. We'll go next to pension plan COLA beneficiary inclusion discussion. There is actually no longer a need to have discussion on the, I'm sorry, was there something else? My apologies. There is no need for further discussion on this. It was already included in the actuarial assessment, and the pension adjustment that we made, and beneficiaries are already included and have been receiving the benefit. So now we'll go to the first reading. The resolution authorizing placement of the child care early learning millage on the August 4th, 2026 ballot. Child care early learning millage ballot proposal. Right. Of course, I didn't touch my computer long enough that it's, now I've got a two-factor verify to log back into it. There we go. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, this is a high visibility item. So, sometimes we engage in cursory discussion, but I'm going to just address a first reading of the item, and then we'll open for some discussion. So what will come before us in 2 weeks is a resolution. What this resolution again does is just allow the matter to go before the voters on the August 4th ballot. The voters themselves are the ones that can determine in that election if they support the proposed millage and its purposes or not. So what we have is a resolution authorizing placement of the child care early learning millage on the August 4th ballot. Whereas the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners have determined that affordable, high-quality childcare is essential for working families, a stable workforce, and a thriving economy. And whereas Kalamazoo County, through the Kalamazoo County Department of Health and Community Services, provides programs to help families lead independent, meaningful, and dignified lives in the community. And access to childcare continues to be a barrier for achieving these goals. And whereas, according to a 2023 report by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, Michigan's economy loses an estimated $2.88 billion annually, including $576 million in lost tax revenue due to childcare challenges, while employers lose an additional 2.3 billion each year in absenteeism and turnover. Whereas lack of access to affordable childcare significantly impacts workforce participation, particularly for women, and contributes to long-term economic inequities for families. And whereas low wages across the childcare industry and insufficient public investment have led to workforce shortages, declining quality in infant and toddler care, reduced capacity, and long waiting lists for families. And whereas the Balancing the Scales report, developed by the Michigan Task Force for Equitable Educator Compensation, found that childcare workforce disproportionately composed of women, including Black, Brown, and Indigenous women, is among the lowest paid in the state, with average wages below $14.50 per hour, and only 1% of workers earning enough to support a typical family. And whereas the Michigan State University Child Care Mapping Project identifies all of Kalamazoo County as a child care desert for children under age 3, with only one licensed slot available for every 4 children, forcing families into limited, costly, and logistically challenging care arrangements. And whereas Michigan faces a child care affordability crisis, families paying far above the federally recommended 7% of household income. And whereas countywide birth data shows that over 10,000 children were born in Kalamazoo County since 2022, and fewer than 900 of them receive state or federal assistance for childcare. And whereas Michigan has not developed a comprehensive plan to ensure childcare providers can earn a living wage, particularly as the state's minimum wage increases to $15 per hour on January of 2027. And whereas more than 80% of brain development happens before the age of 3, and childcare providers are a vital part of the educational system. And whereas the sustainability of small and community-based childcare providers is essential to the families and communities they serve, and do not receive compensation equal to their critical role in the healthy development and education of young children or the economic stability of the community. And whereas a series of regular meetings of the Kalamazoo Child Care Coalition have occurred for over a year to engage in systems mapping, identify gaps unmet in other programs, and recommend strategic priorities to address wages, cost of care for families, support for providers, and system outreach and navigation in Kalamazoo County. And whereas sustained community input, particularly from families and communities most impacted by barriers to affordable, accessible, and quality childcare, is essential to shaping equitable and impactful strategies that transform childcare system into one that better supports children, families, providers, and the broader community. And whereas the Board of Commissioners of the County of Kalamazoo seeks to have the voters of the county determine whether or not they seek to desire to raise funds for the purpose of supporting such programs by authorizing a millage up to 0.5 mils or 50 cents on each $1,000 of taxable value for a period of 10 years from 2027 to 2036 inclusive. Now therefore be it resolved, following question to be submitted for a vote of the electorate, Kalamazoo County, the election to be held on August 4th. So the proposed ballot language includes child care early learning millage ballot proposal, the purpose of funding dedicated services to programs, Kalamazoo County residents with young children 0 to 5, and their caregivers, including but not limited to child care and providing funding for the Kalamazoo Department of Health and Community Services to administer related grants and programs, shall the constitutional limitation on general ad valorem taxes, which may be assessed in any 1 year on all real property within the county of Kalamazoo, Michigan, be levied at a rate not to exceed 0.5 mil or 50 cents per $1,000 of taxable value for a period of 10 years, 2027 through 2026 inclusive. For example, property with residential market value of $200,000, then estimated taxable value of $100,000, 0.5 mils would equal approximately $50 of tax levied annually to support such programs throughout Kalamazoo County. If approved and levied in full, this millage would raise estimated $6,393,624 in the first calendar year of its levy based on taxable value. Further resolved that the question is hereby certified to the county clerk, and finally resolved, county clerk is hereby directed to cause proposal to be stated on the August 4th ballot and to be prepared and distributed in a manner required by law. All right, I appreciate everybody's patience and for visibility for community that was read to the record. Let's open for some discussion. Vice Chair.
Just really quick before intense discussion gets underway. The period of 10 years from 2027 through 2036 inclusive. Is that a question mark? Should that be a period? I mean, that may be a corporate counsel question.
Okay, we can correct that with a fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for that technical adjustment. I appreciate it. Council recognizes we'll make that adjustment to the language. Commissioner Morales?
Outside of it smelling like it's burning in here.
Yeah.
I'm starting to cough. We're getting a little dry. So thanks to all who worked on getting this together. I do understand the need as a single mom who had a kid of 18 months on my hip as I tried to finish school and scrabble for daycare. Luckily, I had my parents, their support where they were in their lives, they were able to offset that. As we heard tonight, there are some folks with, the concerns, and there's some folks just with absolute support. A lot of the conversations that I've had are with folks with fixed incomes that are struggling with rising property taxes, with rising insurances, and all the things that we're facing in Michigan. And although it says $50, for them, that's a lot. They've also pushed that 10 years is a long time and would like to see that reduced. Me, myself, 10 years is a long time as well, although I understand why they proposed the 10 years based on when this would hit the ballot with other initiatives. Other concerns that are, I heard a business, was he a business owner or manager of a business? Folks want to know when our businesses are going to step up to provide living wages, parental leave for both genders, as well as that support for mothers. Making, even if we pushed it to $20, that's still not a lot for raising other folks' kids. Like, it's essentially a babysitter from 8 to 5. What else do I have? Folks are saying that, they want to know what else is being done in Kalamazoo County, how other folks, how would they invest in this? I support the millage, but I do have those concerns as well, especially for my middle class folks who are being pinched every way but right and not seeing an increase in their pay, not getting relief. And those are most of the pushbacks that, I've seen. I'd like to see our small businesses step up, when it comes to this, especially for folks who are making under $20 an hour. Right now, we're not going to win with anybody making less than $20 an hour. So those are a couple of my constituent concerns as far as how this millage goes. It's kind of half and half right now with support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard from a number of constituents with same concerns. We've discussed that housing is a crisis in our community. We've passed that as a board, that this is another tax on people is going to, whether it's a small business or a big business, it's going to put a hardship on the taxpayer themselves. We have a number of millages. We've got another vote for a millage on May 5th coming up next month for renewal, plus a couple of other school millages that are out there. People are feeling they're being taxed to death. We heard from one of our residents that indicated, you know, we had a number of millages that we already levy on our taxpayers, and that didn't count all the school millages and other millages that are out there. Childcare is important. We had to take care of ours, and I'm now helping with my grandkids that I have 5 or 6 of. But at the end of the day, we also can't tax people out of their homes, tax them out of their businesses. 10 years is an extremely long time for a millage. Most of the time they're 5 or 6, and those are for our critical infrastructure, like our fire departments and police departments and things that we have out there. I'm quite concerned about the length of this thing. And again, I'm just concerned, and and I would hope we could find it from some other source other than taxing the people some more. Commissioner Gisler was good enough to put up his priority sign, and we have to try to take care of all the priorities that we keep facing, which that one, hey, thanks. But I guess childcare is critical. It is important. How do we balance it? How do we balance not taxing people out of their homes? We're already putting money in to keep people in their homes when they can't make it. And we're also trying to help the low income folks with the many, many millions of dollars that this county is putting it towards helping our people of all areas with their trying to stay afloat. So I'm very concerned about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Commissioner Ray?
Thank you, Chair. I also reached out to my constituents to hear some feedback regarding the millage, and similar to Commissioner Morales and Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, I heard a lot of the same things. We joke about wasting money monthly on Netflix. However, for one of my constituents, he's like, after my mortgage, consumers, I'm living off $81 a month, and the pantry is my weekly plan for groceries. So it's a big deal to some people, although it's small to other people. And also in District 1, we see the most tax foreclosure. This is obviously a very important issue for me, as I'm paying for childcare and I struggle. And I also expect to have high quality care, right? And I expect for the people who are taking care of my baby to be paid a living wage so that they can take care of them in the same way that I take care of them. So I think this is very important. One of the things I think I can support this going on the ballot, but I like for us to have some discussion around the 10 years. Do we reduce that to 5 to 6, and then the 0 to 3 as opposed to 0 to 5? That was one thing that kept coming up with some of my constituents as well. It's like, we have programs for 4 to 5. Why is this millage covering 4 to 5 and not just childcare 0 to 3? Also wanted to lift up the tax bill from a business in District 1, and their winter 2025 tax bill was $25,837, and so much of that was millages. So there are a lot of people who are like, we can't afford it, times are uncertain, we can't afford gas and things like that. But I do value this. I think it's very important. I think we should be supporting it. But what does that look like, and still honoring the voices of the people in our district who have to pay for this?
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. Commissioner Gisler, and then Commissioner DeLue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I don't question for a minute the need for everything that was said at the podium when the citizens had comments, with the exception of Ray. Hi, Ray. You know, we need good childcare. We need it to be affordable in some fashion, and we need to pay childcare workers more. My question is, when do we say uncle to millages? We've got a budget this coming year of this year of $325 million approximately. If we can't find $4.5 to $5 million, which is the amount I understand this is expected to raise now this year, somewhere in that 325, then we haven't really done our jobs. We need to do the down and dirty work, and that means we prioritize. This is a very important priority, but something in that 325 has got to go. Maybe it's several things that cough up a little bit each, but I don't question for a minute the need for childcare and the need for proper payment for the childcare workers. But I question how we want to pay for it by putting another countywide millage out there. Let's find another way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you for thoughts, Commissioner Gisler. Commissioner DeLu.
Thank you, Chair. I totally support putting this on the ballot. The amount of responses I received from people wanting it as opposed to those who don't has been 10 to 20 to 1. Also, I think, you know, I'm keeping it simple. Let the voters decide. You know, Commissioner Gisler said, when do we say no? I don't think we say no. I think the voters say no if they've had enough. And I don't think 9 people should decide. If we vote no, it's like voting the millage down. And I don't think 9 of us should make that decision. I think the voters of Kalamazoo County should make that decision.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
I'm going to be short. I agree with Commissioner DeLu.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So, I just want to share some thoughts. I mean, the pressures on folks in our current state in our nation are real, and I think lifting those up, you know, for us to begin to think through, what do we do to problem solve those issues? What do we do to inspire rising wages in our community? What do we do to provide better supports for retired folks and fixed income? And what are we doing to better implement foreclosure prevention within the community? But what we have is a complete system failure. And when an entire system is failing, saying, well, it's a priority, but won't fix it. We have to have a collective investment in order to address it. So I think Commissioner DeLu's point, whether we believe it's what we would support or not support, it is a question put before the voters to decide. And they can determine, do we want to make this collective investment, or do we not think that that is what we want to do at this time? If we want to, you know, I will adamantly advocate, if this moves forward to a ballot proposal, I will advocate on its behalf. I do believe that a collective investment is required to address what is a systemic failure. Because we've let a system occur that is oppressive to working people and it's not meeting their needs, the way to solve that is through collective action. That's the only way to solve it. Otherwise, we end up off in individual problems that we try to patch together. We try to put out the fires. When we look at the other millages that we have in place, we went to the voters for our housing millage, for example. Because of that, we are a community leading the state forward in developing additional housing. Where everybody is struggling with it, Kalamazoo and the commitment and investment of its voters said, we're going to step into a space and work to actually fix it. And we're not going to solve it, but we're taking meaningful action. And that's what we can do here as well. If the voters support the initiative, we don't have to just say it's a broken system. We can say, and we're going to step forward and figuring out what to do to solve it. And that's how you lift the burden off of working people, not leaving them to the wolves on their own, but coming together through strategic initiatives to create and correct system failure. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So to Commissioner Ray's point with those who are 4 and 5, I think we need to reword some of this. So as I'm looking up, because I didn't want to be totally ignorant to this, I've been out the babysitting game for a minute. For 3 to 4 year olds in Cal County Ready 4s, there are income qualifications that need to happen. However, it's saying that there's some risk factors considered. If we accept those who are 4 to 5, would it be for maybe a middle-class family who's being pinched that child be allowed to go in? Number one, I think we may get some more support from people who don't qualify from these other programs if their children are eligible. Like we heard from the RN earlier, who is being pinched, even though she identifies as being middle class. Secondly, the 10 years. For many of my constituents and even myself, even though I have nieces and nephews, 10 years is a long commitment. And if we could push that down to maybe, I don't know if 5 is the number or 6 is the number, if we can push that down, I'm gonna support it, but I just want to be fair to a lot of the feedback that I've been getting. So those are my 2 additions that I would like to have reviewed before we move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. To the first point that you make, if the voters support the millage passing, so then it comes back to the board to design then what is done with the funding, right? Just like we do with the housing millage. So this board then can endeavor closely, you know, we handle some of our different millages in a different way. With housing, we're very closely involved. With our senior millage, that's run by, you know, our older adult services advisory and our HCS. So we have some room if we want to target specific populations to identify it.
But isn't that in the language right now? That is 0 to 5?
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying, my question is, I don't want to wait and I still got constituents, you know, beating my line down and they don't have clarity. When we put this out, I want to be clear on everything before we even push it to the ballot, so that when we get, you know, when they start voting, then, you know, we get a lot more support.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Commissioner Morales. And I'll just invite Beth Berglund forward, Michigan Transformation Collective, just to provide some clarity to help in our dialogue. And it is the will of the body here as we move forward. But there's the Child Care Coalition that's been meeting for the last month, have talked through, help us identify why this is the specific target in age range. And also the 10-year term, why that is what is requested to be put before the voters.
So I'll speak to the 0 to 5 first. So 0 to 5, because the teachers who are in community-based childcare programs who aren't in GSRP classrooms still need a worthy wage. And if we say 0 to 3, then we won't be allowed to give teachers who are teaching 4-year-olds a wage boost. So some of the things that we want to address in the programming are not necessarily paying for childcare for 0 to 3. You know, to your point, GSRP, the state pre-K for all program for 4-year-olds, when they're done with that program in June, actually that program ends 2 weeks before the school district program ends. Parents who have 4-year-olds, who have 5-year-olds, who haven't yet entered kindergarten, they still need to find summer childcare. So the flexibility in the 0 to 5, where it's not the priority, it's not the, you know, the primary use of those funds for the intention. We wanted to build out 0 to 5 to really talk about the needs of families and those massive gaps that we see in where families are really pinched.
in which age ranges, which times in their child's development that they're pinched in terms of like access to care. If you are a family who took advantage of the state's pre-K for all expansion, and you have pre-K for 10 months out of the year, that moment in, all of a sudden in March, you're like, oh man, I'm going to have to find childcare again for my kid for the summer so I can keep working for the next 3 months. So we really wanted to provide flexibility for families and to be able to pay that wage boost to teachers who aren't in pre-K programs that get extra money from the state. The 10-year issue, there's like probably 15 reasons why. But the primary reason is that because we know what the state and federal government haven't done. We know that there has been no increase in wages for childcare providers who serve low-income families for the past 3 years. That rate has stayed the same, even though the minimum wage has gone up from $10.40 to $13.70 something, and in January it's going to be $15 an hour. So a 45% minimum wage increase in 3 years where they haven't received any increases. So really thinking about this long-term investment from something that, when we look at other states who are addressing early childhood, who are doing this, it's at least a 10-year process for major investments to happen from the state level. The federal government is making unbelievable backtracks for advances that have happened for low-income families. During COVID, one of the rules that was enacted was that childcare providers are paid on enrollment versus attendance, so that if a child doesn't come on a Tuesday because they're sick, they still get paid for that. The federal government is asking states to go back on that. The state house budget that was introduced last week for this issue went back on that. So childcare providers, their stability, more likely than not over the course of the next 10 years, if you look at the state and the federal levels, is going to be even worse. So our ability at the local level to have 10 years of long-term funding that we can really look at the impact that it has made on families, that we can really build programs that will stabilize childcare providers programs through having families who can actually enroll and stay enrolled for a whole year because they've had access to a reduced cost. For all of those reasons, and probably, again, 15 or 20 more, is why we're looking at a longer term for this one from the start.
Can you also, with the impact of how Headley interacts with the millages, what is the impact on homeowners with a shorter term?
Yeah, so the two things, when we look at the housing millage, the senior millage, every time we reauthorize those, the amount that families are paying goes up when we go back to the prior amount. So this language, it says, a $0.50 for 10 years, which is going to get to on average about this much per year based on current housing taxable values. That 10 years, that will be a base payment for those 10 years. If we go to 6 years, their rate is going to jump up 6 years from now. So the amount that we are getting from families and from taxpayers, property owners, every time you reauthorize a millage, that rate bumps up and it actually increases their taxes so if we did it 6 years, their taxes would increase in 6 years if we reauthorized it. What was the other? So the other piece is the homestead property tax credit. So there's Michigan has what's called a circuit breaker tax system, where if a homeowner has a property value that's below a certain rate and they make below a certain rate, when they file their income taxes, they actually get that back in their state income taxes. It's not our homestead property tax. It doesn't occur on the local level. It actually occurs on the state level when you get your taxes back from the state. So it goes up to 18 mills. So depending on where a community's millage cap is, anytime you increase a millage up to that, you're actually low income and low taxable value property owners are actually getting more back every year on their income taxes from the state.
Thank you for that. I see Commissioner DeLu and then Commissioner Ray.
Just real quick, just an FYI, our latest millage that was approved, the veterans millage, was for 10 years.
Thank you. Commissioner Ray?
And the housing millage is for 6 years, correct?
Eight.
Okay, so they vary. I guess my question is, what would the increase amount be if it was 6 years? So when you say every time we bring it back, it goes up, what would that increase be?
It would depend on the housing values at that time.
Okay.
Right, so when we initially had these conversations based on the 2024 dollars that were coming into the county based on the other millages, we looked at those housing values and we calculated, we think it would bring in $500,000, bring in $4.25 million. As time has gone on, the longer and longer that we have talked about this, the housing values have gone up so much that now it looks like it's over $6 million a year. So depending on if it was 6 years from now, depending on what the housing values are, that's what that 0.5, when you reauthorize it, it redetermines how much a 0.5 mil generates for the community. So it would be more dollars over time, even though it's balanced.
So
Does that make sense?
2024, it was at, you said 2-point-something million?
No, the way that we had originally considered this millage, we based it on a prior year millage, like rate that the county was getting from the other millages. So we didn't know how to calculate what the actual amount was for the county, for the taxable value countywide. We based it on the other millages.
Okay.
So as property taxes go up, as home values go up, a 0.5 mil generates more funds.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, and then my second question was around when you talked about the cuts in the state budget, how they're no longer paying. So like if you're not there on Tuesday, they don't pay for Tuesday. So isn't that gap currently being billed by like private pay? When your kid isn't there on Tuesday, you still have to pay if you're private pay. It doesn't.
No,
it doesn't go by the hours.
So what the state, the federal government is asking states to go back to enrollment, to go back to attendance versus enrollment, because they believe in this idea that there's like a dramatic level of fraud in the childcare system, which we do not see. And childcare providers, if you've got 2 providers in your infant classroom, if you've got 2 teachers and you normally have 8 babies and only 7 babies are there today, you still have to pay those 2 teachers, right? And so the idea that they're going to get less money over, that week because of it. So the concerns are that if the federal recommendations and the Michigan House has recommended this retraction from a balanced system for providers, that the system is just going to get more unstable.
Council has requested.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the point, there's the calculation that is done in order to come up with the estimated value for each year. I met with both the Treasurer's Office and Equalization separate, and and they both came to the same number. It's beyond me, even though I was an economics minor, but how that number comes up. So there is a calculation that is done to determine that.
Thank you. Now, the revenue that's generated increases each year with the taxable value, but Headley places a cap on how quickly that can escalate in comparison to inflation and other market conditions. And so when we re-up, you sort of come back to wherever the taxable value is at the time. Administrator Catlin and then Vice Chair.
Yes, Chair, if you wouldn't mind. So just for the board's sake, I just don't want to conflate both issues. So, taxable values are for primary homes and they increase at the lesser of the inflation of 5% each year. For Headley, the Headley decreases may lower the amount that that taxes are paid into that child care millage, but the reauthorization doesn't increase the millage. Okay, so we're comparing dollars, 5 to 6 years from now. Even if the Headley decreases, we'd expect that the total collections 5 to 6 years from now would still exceed what is levied in year one because taxable values typically increase. So I just want to make sure that that distinction's made, that even if it were a 6-year millage versus a 10-year millage, that distinction just need to be clarified for the board's sake.
Thank you, Administrator. Vice Chair.
And I agree with that. The taxable values don't go up. It's the growth and it's the new builds. Your Headley amendment keeps your taxes at that 5%, as the administrator said. So the reason that our equalization report goes up each and every single year is 100% due to growth or the uncapping of homes. For instance, if you're paying at a certain Headley rate, your taxes will go up just a tiny bit every year. But when you sell your house, it gets uncapped. And that's what creates that growth in the rate of your equalization report each and every single year. The Headley amendment, and if we were to reauthorize a millage, whether it's 6 years or 10 years, whatever rate we authorize, that's up to the 9 of us of the rate that we assume. It's not an automatic let if we say 0.5 that we have to go to 0.5 in 6 years, or we have to go to 0.8. or whatever it is. We could go to 0.49825 or whatever it was after all the Headley rollbacks. Because if we do 0.5 now, next year it's going to be 0.4998 or something. The year after that, it's going to be 0.492, and it will go down each and every single year. So the individual taxpayer will be paying roughly the same amount each and every single year. Where that growth comes in our equalization report is for new growth when a new home is built, or when somebody sells their home when they're paying a lower rate, that property is then uncapped, and then they're paying the full rate on it. So that's how we get an increase of about 5 to 7% on our equalization report. And our taxes, our revenue, which is about 55–60% of our income, that's why it goes up each and every single year. It's growth, and the Headley amendment to individual taxpayers keeps it primarily flat.
All right, in the weeds on tax policy, Commissioner Kissling.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was sitting here listening to the discussion, and it's been informative and educational in many ways. Excuse me. But I'd also like to look at something that's maybe a little bit larger than the issue that we're dealing with for the millage that we are either going to approve to go on the ballot or not. And I'd like to talk about the possibility that when you take, I'm not going to get them all, I'm sure, village taxes, local library taxes, city taxes, school district taxes in Kalamazoo County, KVCC taxes, plus the state and the federal. Take your total income in a given period of time, and you got to deduct from what you earn the FICA and probably some other stuff. We're getting people to the point, I think, where they may see half their income going to taxes of one sort or another. I'm not saying that, this is necessarily the place to talk about it, but I think we all ought to be aware that, at some point, the taxpayers are going to say, stop. And it may be with a local millage. It may be that somebody just says, to hell with it, I'm not paying any more taxes, come and get me. Well, people have been known to do that, but they're a little squirrely. I see Tammy says she knows some squirrely people. They live close to her. Anyway, I just wanted to say there's more to it than that. And, we're headed for the point where right now it takes 2 incomes for most families to be able to afford to pay their taxes, let alone their child care. And I don't know where it stops. I don't have a solution. I wish I did, but that's a big issue, taxation, period.
I'd say it's tax the rich, but let's go to.
I say it too. So thanks for allowing me this last question. So, we're probably gonna have 6-3 on this. It'll get on the ballot. Say it doesn't pass the ballot. Vice Chair is always talking about we have too much money. And to Gisler's point, will we look into that 4.5 million to be able to sustain this if it doesn't happen? And if we do have it, since we're always looking to get rid of money, Vice Chair, is that something that we could propose in our next budget cycle?
Vice Chair. Yeah, Vice Chair.
I'm not saying we have too much money. We have a lot of needs out there. What I'm saying is we need to budget appropriately. We can't continue. I've been up on here for 5 years saying, why do we have $10 million of surplus every single year? Like, why can't we budget correctly our expenditures and our revenue? We've got to get to a point that we do that because we're leaving money on the table. We're talking, and I'm going to make a point to Commissioner Gisler. He's absolutely correct. We're going to face this again and again and again until we start addressing the real problem, and that's wage inequality. The fact that inflation has gone up 5, 6. We heard a report of gas, everything else, from healthcare. Everything is getting more expensive, and people aren't making more money. But we're having a bigger and bigger disproportion of the people, the haves and the have-nots. And when we have that, bad things happen to societies when that continues to go down that road. And if we don't, as a society, start sharing our wealth to the people that created it, which are the workers that create the wealth, it is not the capital that creates the wealth, it is the workers that create the wealth. If we don't start sharing that and start looking at an economic development plan that gets site readiness for businesses that come in that pay high-paying jobs, not businesses that come in and pay $17 an hour, but businesses that come in that pay high-paying jobs, that we're not subsidizing these employees, these companies' employees with healthcare. We're not subsidizing these companies' employees with housing. We're not subsidizing with childcare. We need to get back to the basics and start asking our companies and our businesses and incentivize them to pay a wage that people can live off of. Until that happens, the next issue is going to come before us, and the next issue after that's going to come before us. I think the real problem is wage inequality. That's why we're here. So that's my 2 cents.
So Chair, I mean, my question is, can we do this? You said everything basically I said earlier. So if we have the money and we want to prioritize, do we match it? Do we say, hey, come down on the mills and whatever comes in, the county would match that so it takes the burden off of our tax paying citizens? So like, I'm here for resolve. We already know what the challenges are to our community, and it's not going to change. We have an administration that is telling folks to have more babies than they can afford, and probably in the 2 or 3 years we're going to see that. So I mean, you got these issues being pushed out. So what are we going to do? Like, I don't want to keep beating a dead horse. You know, I don't know if Meyer is going to give living wages. We can only control what the county is going to do with our employees and make sure they have living wages. But we got a house full, and outside of this ballot, I want to know that how are we going to step in outside of voting to put it on the ballot and then putting that pressure on our constituents, knowing every challenge that we have out there, and also knowing that we got $10 million that allegedly we haven't prioritized. So that's my question. Do we meet this where we are? I mean, there's 9 of us and we can make this decision without going back and forth about it. Are we willing to do that?
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. And I think that is all part of that robust, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just wanted to weigh in.
Sure.
I agree. I'm concerned about the tax burden on Kalamazoo County.
So just one more thing I'll speak to. I think through the budget process, we should have a absolutely robust discussion about what our priorities are. The property tax is the only progressive tax option available to a local unit of government. Most taxes hit people are regressive, where lower income people pay a higher share of their income in that tax. Property taxes are leveraged on the value of the property. People holding excessive wealth that have multiple homes, that have large homes, contribute a higher level into this millage than our low income households do. But recognizing there's a burden on the low income households, and so what do we do to mitigate that? We can address it through childcare, we can address what we're doing for collaboration in the community to reduce and drive up economic activity. There's lots of things that we can do through the budget, and I'm open to all of them. The money that we have should be spent on serving the community, absolutely. And, okay, so with that, we've had a lengthy discussion. We do have closed session yet this evening. Is there anything further here at this time? This will come back before us in 2 weeks. Okay, Commissioner Ray?
I guess my only question is the length of time. Do we change that at the next meeting, or are we just ignoring the fact that that was brought up?
The commissioners could take action to move a motion. We could do that now. We could do that at the next meeting. We could have additional dialogue. It's up to the will of the board.
So I move that we revise the language and take it down to 6 years instead of 10. Yeah.
There's a motion made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Ray, to reduce the term of the millage from 10 years to 6 years, or the proposed childcare millage from 10 years to 6 years. Vice Chair.
I'd like
Sorry, I should say open discussion, Vice Chair.
I'd like to ask as the motion if it'd be okay to postpone this vote to the 7 o'clock meeting so that I can have some time to digest this. So we can maybe have further discussion in new business at the 7 o'clock, and we can take it up then, if that's okay with the.
I'll take it back if Commissioner Ray supports.
Works for me. I'm trying to go breastfeed my baby real quick.
Absolutely. All right, the motion is rescinded at this time. We will take it up at a later point. Closed session, we have a motion. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Board of Commissioners functioning as a committee of the whole go into closed session pursuant to Section 8H of the Michigan MCL 15.268, the Open Meetings Act, for the purpose of considering a written legal opinion concerning the Michigan Urban Cooperation Act.
There's a motion. Is there support? Motion made by Vice Chair Pro Tem, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair Strips,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray.
Yes.
8 yes.
All right, that motion carries. We will move to closed session. All right, we'll return. I'll entertain a motion to come out of closed session. Motion made by Vice Chair Pro Tem, supported by Vice Chair Taylor to come out of closed session. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That motion carries. Or any opposed, sorry. That motion carries. Entertain a motion to approve the minutes of our closed session. Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler to approve the closed meeting minutes, the closed session meeting minutes. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I'd entertain a motion to move closed session as proposed this evening to our May 6th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting.
So moved. Support.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler to move closed session on MCL Section 8, MCL 15.268 to the May 6th, 2026 meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. With that, we are adjourned.
You are in the meeting.
Thank you. I did all that with no mic on, so apologize. I called our meeting to order for April 21st, 2026 for our regular business meeting. Item 1 is our indication and reflection. So I'm just going to share a few quotes with us this evening. And we had a lengthy discussion at our first meeting. I'm sorry, we're not all in chambers yet as we're resuming, but I just wanted to share some quotes about children. Children are the world's most valuable resources and its best hope for the future. That is from JFK, our John Fitzgerald Kennedy. It's also easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. That's from Frederick Douglass. One child, one teacher, and one book can change the world. Malala Yousafzai. If we are to teach real peace in this world, and if we are to carry on a real war against war, then we have to begin with the children. Mahatma Gandhi. And there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way that it treats its children. Nelson Mandela. So we had in-depth discussion earlier on the direction we see systemically for children in our community. And I hope this evening, as we continue deliberations, and we think about words of leaders in our history about the value and importance of children, we think about the investment that we make. And as leaders, that we always have a mindset on the seeds that we plant today and what that grows for the future of this community, the future that we don't see, but one that we are called and demanded to deliver is worthy of our children. With that, I'd like to share the pledge. All right, we'll go to item number 3 is roll call. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Commissioner Ray,
Present.
Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. 8 present.
All right, thank you. And again, Commissioner Wheeler is absent at a Women in Fire conference as a female firefighter. We'll go to item 4, our proclamations. So first we have a proclamation, request for approval, a proclamation honoring Redice Bradley. Are they with us this evening? Come forward. Vice Chair Pro Tem is going to join you. Please come to the podium. My apologies for mispronouncing your name, Redice. Thank you. I want to recognize Ms. Redice Bradley for her 25 years. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. This is a proclamation to honor Redice Bradley. Whereas Redice Bradley has served the residents of Kalamazoo County for 25 years as of January 29th, 2026. And whereas Redice Bradley has faithfully served as county service specialist, and whereas the County of Kalamazoo wishes to acknowledge and honor employees who have longevity under the umbrella of county government, since it is through longevity and experience that the employee's particular field is achieved. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the County of Kalamazoo does hereby acknowledge and with gratitude the many years of dedicated service Radice Bradley has imparted to the residents of the county and offers its best wishes for many more years of mutual association.
So motion made and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Congratulations. Right, now we have a request for approval of a 25-year proclamation honoring Sasha Sloan. Sasha with us? Okay. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Morales, recognizing Sasha Sloan for 25 years of service. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, Sasha, and thank you for your service. All right. We'll go to our third recognition for employees, request for approval of 25-year proclamation honoring Jamie Grenfell. And I don't believe that they are attending. Is that correct? All right. So I'd entertain the motion. Motion made by Commissioner Ray, supported by, who was it? By Vice Chair Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations also to Jamie. Thank you for your service. All right, we'll go to item 2026-575. Request for approval proclaiming April 2026 as Kalamazoo Valley Community College Month. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas more than 1,000 community and technical colleges, public and private in the United States have contributed enormously to the richness and accessibility of American higher education. More than 40% of all undergraduate college students in the nation today are enrolled in community colleges. And whereas by providing educational opportunities at cost and locations accessible to all who are qualified, community and technical colleges have greatly enhanced the opportunity for every ambitious student to enter a post-secondary school program. As community-based institutions, our institutions provide varied programs and offer specialized training for thousands of occupations. And whereas this community has been served by Kalamazoo Valley Community College since 1966, supporting the advancement of Southwest Michigan by developing strong industry partnerships and providing state-of-the-art training and educational experiences. And whereas Kalamazoo Valley Community College is an accredited institution by the Higher Learning Commission and is accredited by several nationally recognized programmatic accreditors, including American Culinary Federation Educational Foundation Accrediting Commission, Committee on Accreditation of Educational Programs for the Emergency Medical Services Professions, Medical Assisting Education Review Board, Commission on Accreditation for Respiratory Care, Commission on Dental Accreditation, Accreditation Commission for Education and Nursing, American Alliance of Museums, Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards, Michigan Sheriff's Association, Michigan Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs, Automotive Service Excellence Education Foundation, and Michigan Firefighters Training Council. Whereas approximately 10,000 students of all ages and backgrounds annually attend Kalamazoo Valley Community College to receive a superb education and earn degrees, certificates, and training that help them become skilled members of the workforce that propels economic growth and encourages learning and culture. And whereas Kalamazoo Valley Community College has been instrumental in revitalizing the county of Kalamazoo with the Arcadia Commons campus, Center for New Media, Kalamazoo Valley Museum, and Bronson Healthy Living Campus. And now therefore be it proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners proclaims its support for Kalamazoo Valley Community College Month, April 2026, and reaffirms its commitment to principles of transparency, accountability, and public service that go beyond mere compliance with law to foster meaningful access and engagement.
Is there support? There we go. Motion made by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Let's go to communications. We have within our packet childcare millage proposal email correspondence. There are a number of individuals listed there: Ellen Foley, Rochelle Haybeck, Ashley Bergen, Andy Richards, Simone Schickler, Sarah Kostler, Heidi Albertson, and then I'll also recognize being in receipt of additional communications from Dick and Carol Schultz, Wendy Flora, and Dr. Charlie Davis. I believe others have come in during session, but I've not been able to review. Are there other communications that anyone wishes to bring forward? Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. So I've had some communications regarding the jail. An investigation was done, but I continue to have communication about the water issue that's going on there.
Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. Came to my attention that a former commissioner on this board, John and I served with him, Bob Brink, passed away recently, and the life story is going to be on April 28th. Believe it's going to be at the Metzler Life Funeral Home. And I think the burial is going to be on Wednesday, April 29th, out at Fort Custer Cemetery out over in Augusta. Just wanted to share deepest condolences. Bob was a good member of this. He was the chair, vice chair a couple of times. And his passing, he will be missed. And he was a good member to this board. Brought out many proposals to fruition here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Our condolences to Mr. Brink and his family. Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I've also received multiple correspondence regarding the water in the jail, as well as emails regarding the childcare millage. Some in support and some in opposition. And that's about it. Thank you.
Commissioner Morales.
I have one more about Balkman, that's the commissioner as well, right? Commissioner Barbara Abernathy Ryder, and her services will be, oh goodness. 1 second. On April 17 from 2:30 to 3:30 at Langland. Thank you.
Our condolences as well to their family. Thank you for lifting that up as well. Tough time for commissioners in April here. Okay. With that, no further communications. We also we're in receipt of ISK Permanent Supportive Housing ARPA Award Rejection Letter. So we had identified $66,000 to help cover a gap in federal funding due to instability, and that federal funding has since been restored. So those ARPA funds are no longer needed to stabilize, and we'll be able to allocate them in another manner. So that's good news. And thank you to the commission for being supportive there to get their programming some sure footing. Then we're also in receipt of item 2026-589, our Winter Solutions Report, January to March of 2026. Within that report, I identified we received or supported over 692 individual households And I need to see clarity. I'm not sure how many individuals that is, because a household could certainly contain more than one individual. But it was 1,600, I'm sorry, 16,511 bed nights. So the need is tremendous, and I know that those emergency shelters ended up full, extending capacity, and there was additional need because other community-based groups launched forward into other ways to try to meet the need. So a lot of planning to do next year, but I'm thankful to all of our partners that participated. Hope we learn from each cycle going forward. Anything further? All right, let's go to item 6, approval of minutes. Item 2026-588, request for approval of the April 7th Committee of the Whole and regular meeting minutes.
Support.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Right. Let's go to item 7, approval of the agenda as presented. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve. Sorry. Make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Commissioner DeLu, to approve the agenda as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Administrator.
Chair, I just wanted to remind the body you wish to discuss the childcare resolution in the new business. Was that added?
It could be taken up in new business, or it could be taken up during member time as well from the floor. Do we want to rescind the motion for the agenda and restate it, or we could take it up later at member time? Vice Chair.
Chair, I would like to make a motion that we, during new business, discuss the childcare millage.
Support. The motion has been made, passed, and adopted for approval of the agenda. Do we need to rescind that motion to make this amendment?
Yes, ma'am. That's why we recommend so to be a cleaner record.
Yes. So motion makers were Vice Chair Pro Tem and Commissioner DeLu. Would you approve rescinding the motion?
Okay, yeah.
Yes. And Commissioner DeLu, there is agreement. The agenda approval has been rescinded. Now, Commissioner Taylor, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion that we approve the agenda with the amendment of discussing the childcare millage during new business.
Support. Thank you. Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Morales, to approve the agenda with the addition of discussion of childcare millage and new business. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. We've got an agenda. Let's go to item 8. This is an opportunity for presentations. We'll welcome forward Western Student Association update from Luke Kritzman, the WSA president, body president. Hi. Welcome. So you have but there, I think you're going to find it. You got it.
It's cool.
That's you. Welcome.
Sweet. Well, hello. Thank you guys for welcoming me and giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Western Michigan University student government and the student body of Western Michigan University. This is my first time here. Actually, this is my first time in the building. So I was wandering the halls, getting situated, figuring out what kind of goes on in here. But my name is Luke Kritzman. I'm the student body president at Western Michigan University for this year, as well as we just went through our election season for the upcoming year because I won re-election. But, But we had this opportunity that came from an event that we called Dinner with Delegates, which was a big thing where, I don't know, I think some of you guys were there. Yes, there were a lot of people there. That was actually our largest one we've ever had. But this opportunity arose from that, in which we were trying to find ways to expand partnerships with the students of Western Michigan University and our local, the Kalamazoo area. And this was a great opportunity that came out of that. And we are excited to have regular presence here. And so, as this is my first time here, I think that this should be more of like an introductory thing of how how we kind of work. And so first I'll start with kind of our student government. So the Western Michigan University Student Government is the Western Student Association, and of which I head that. And we act similarly, not in operations, but similarly to national government. We have 3 branches: executive, legislative, judicial. I, of course, head the executive branch, and our legislative branch is the largest in the state of Michigan. We have over 360 students that regularly attend our meetings, and we have representatives from over 240 different clubs on campus. So we kind of provide a lot of financial assistance for these clubs as we get money through the university to distribute back to students. So that is one of our biggest features or tasks. But secondary, we just want to represent the voices of all students anywhere on campus, off campus. And so this has been a great opportunity just to talk about the different updates that we as student government have, as well as things happening in general with the student body. Granted, this is coming towards the end of April, so our graduation date is next Saturday. So this has been kind of a winding down time for a lot of students here. Many of us are staying over the summer, but we've had some of our big events just happening recently as we were preparing for graduation. So I'm just trying to think of the things that happened the past month. Over last Friday, we had a big local music festival called Broncopalooza, hosted by our campus activities board. This is the first time that we've done anything like this. Usually we'll see big artists come into town, like we had Young Gravy this fall and Juicy J last spring. But this time we thought, let's keep it more local, and we're trying to feature students as well as local bands, and it was a big success, and that was great. But graduation is coming up on next Saturday, in which over 2,000 degrees will be handed out to students, and we are trying to keep them in Kalamazoo to keep benefiting our community. But I kind of was thinking this could be more like informal, conversational, because I haven't really had the opportunity to speak too much with all of you guys, and I know this is most of your guys' first time seeing me. But that's a little bit about who I am, and I just want to know if you guys had any questions about who we are and what we do.
Commissioner Morellen.
I just want to say it's a great day to be a Bronco.
Yes,
Well,
it is.
I think, in student government, we have folks, moving forward in leadership, like State Senator Sean McCann right now running for Congress. He's a former student body president at Western. So, and it's a esteemed group that you find yourself in. So I appreciate you coming and getting engaged, and I look forward for more opportunities for us to do that. I think, retaining students that go to Western, to keep them here in the community, something I'm really interested in. Western is in my district, District 2, so I serve the student body's representative on this board, and I'm also a Bronco. So I'd love to hear, over time, ways that you'd like to see us engage with the student body, and things that we should understand are desires for young people in the community. What do we need here to help retain and grow our population and to keep our youth planted here?
Yeah, so like a little bit about that is we actually just yesterday also presented at the city commission meeting, in which we were talking about ways that we are going off campus. And one of these things is that we had asked the city commissioners about joining a working group to create a proposal for the Kalamazoo Foundation for Excellence to find some sort of aspirational project goal to get students more energized with the city of Kalamazoo and the general area. And so that's one big thing that we're trying to look at. There were some ideas that were tossed around, like having a lit paved path from campus to the new arena event center downtown, featuring student artwork, just finding ways that we can fund that. Other ideas tossed around would be like the idea of having better or more student housing, but downtown, to keep students off, like to get students interacting with off-campus downtown area. Because if you live in the area, you're more likely to stay in the area than if you live a lot on the dorms. So these are ways that we are looking to broadening out and finding different projects that we can do around campus as well.
Wonderful, exciting ideas. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And I think the person that would be great at facilitating those conversations, you were sitting next to her in the audience, Jane Ghosh, would be great at facilitating those types of things. I know that is a goal or aspiration of one of Discover Kalamazoo's, is get people come here, live here, stay here. I'm happy to help out in that endeavor as well. And it goes both ways. If there's anything that you need or any of your officers need, reach out to us or reach out to the city commissioner, county commissioners. We're happy to help. We're excited to try to make this a great place to live, work, and play.
Commissioner Morales.
So I do have a question, as I'm not sure if you're aware, we do have a housing millage going. And a lot of my constituents, I work at Kalamazoo Valley, students are facing home insecurities and so housing insecurities. Do you hear a lot of that as president on the board with students facing that, especially if they're not residents of Kalamazoo or during breaks when they may not be allowed to stay on campus because they're not an athlete?
We haven't really heard, at least from me, I'm sure these issues exist, but from my perspective, I've not heard too many issues. Some of the things that we have been hearing of is like when new dorms are being built, like there's new dorm buildings coming up in the valleys, and RIP, that's where I lived. But with that, there was a decrease in beds, and a lot of those dorms are more for freshmen. And so a lot of upperclassmen that do try to live in the dorms were losing spaces in having to accommodate for more freshmen. So that was just some issues, but there wasn't really too much of a solution to that because they're actively building dorms. As it comes to off campus, we haven't really heard too many issues, but one of the things that we do offer is we started up a free legal aid program through our student government. And so we have lawyers from the Kalamazoo area coming in with a variety of topics. And one of the things that we were focusing on is housing and rentals. So if you're having issues with landlords or leases, that you can utilize us as a resource to figure out legal issues. But that's just a start.
Thank you very much, Luke. We appreciate you taking the time and connecting with us, and we'll be hearing from you in the future.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Gotta have hope for the future. That's good stuff. Okay. Let's go to item 9, public hearings. We have none this evening. Let's go to item 10, public comment. So again, public comment can be made in person or by phone at 855-925-2801, entering meeting code 10748, pressing *3 to join the queue. If you wish to speak during both public comment periods, you must press *3 again. Anytime after the first public comment period ends, it's your first opportunity to address the board for up to 3 minutes in a professional and respectful manner on any topic. Once you're recognized, please share your name and where you're from. Is there anybody wishing to make a public comment? Welcome to you. There you found it. There it is. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. My name is Jacqueline Fullerton. I'm Miss Jackie on the daycare on North Church Street. I have been doing daycare for a while, but I am a licensed daycare provider home group. And I just wanted to make mention of, I started off in 2013. Right after that, my daughter was murdered. And then I was working at the bank. And so I was having some health issues, but, bills rolls on and, you need money. So I started doing babysitting. And then I did non-exempt, when you get paid from the state for watching the kids, your relative. And so then I went into home licensing. And so we haven't had a raise in a while, and I just wanted to make mention, I wanted to do the best that I can do for even the staff that helps me, the children. We love the children at Miss Jackie's and then the kids call me Gan Gan. And so I just wanted to see if we can just get the process moving and get the finances rolling in, so that it can be not only a help to me to expand, but to help my employees as well. Thank you. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Ms. Jacqueline. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is April Goodwin. I serve as the Executive Director for Southwest Child Care Resource and Referral here in Kalamazoo. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about an issue that impacts every part of our community, child care. Child care is often seen as a private family challenge, but it is much more than that. Child care is a workforce infrastructure. It supports economic stability, family well-being, and the healthy development of our young children. Every day, we at Child Care Resources, we hear from parents who are working hard, but still cannot find affordable care. Many wait months or even longer for an infant opening. Others patch together childcare just to keep their jobs. At the same time, the people caring for our children are amongst the lowest paying workers in our region. Yet, these professionals are entrusted with our children's safety, their learning, their development during the most important years of their life. We cannot say that children matter while undervaluing the people who care for them. The first 3 years are critical for brain development and future success. Quality early care helps children thrive, it supports parents, and it creates stronger families. Yet, families with children birthed to age 3 often have the fewest options. Home-based child care providers are especially important. They offer flexible, trusted care, and they help to fill the gaps that centers often cannot, and often provide a preferred environment for many of our children and our families. So this evening, I ask you to see child care as an essential community system it is. Support providers, expand infant toddler care, and invest in working families. Because when families have child care, they can go to work. When children thrive, our community thrives. I thank you for your time, and go Cougars and go Broncos.
Thank you, Ms. April. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Alfredo Lopez Torres. I live in the Westwood neighborhood of Kalamazoo County. I'm a parent of 2 young children, a 5-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old son. I'm speaking with all of you today because of the struggle to afford childcare impacting Kalamazoo families. The reality for a family in Kalamazoo is that childcare costs families $12,000 a year. That's for a single toddler. This is one of the highest cost burdens for families below rent. Parents have few options: quit, move, or go into debt. In Michigan alone, we lose nearly $3 billion in economic activity every year due to parents having to quit or cut hours. Kalamazoo has a deficit of about 140 facilities where support can be found. Additionally, families are often faced with making impossible trade-offs due to the costs involved. This is the affordability crisis in action. Childcare is a public good, not a luxury. Supporting a millage like this is investing in a future in which families can afford to stay in Kalamazoo. More parents can participate in our workforce, and every child has access to a safe, equitable environment. This is a statement that Kalamazoo cares about its children and respects its workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Is there anyone else? Welcome.
Good evening, Jane Ghosh with Discover Kalamazoo. I was delighted to see the WSA president on the agenda today because I think it helps acknowledge how important Kalamazoo Valley Community College is, as was acknowledged tonight, but also Western Michigan University is to the entire county, not just to the city of Kalamazoo. We are all fortunate in this county because we are the home of Western Michigan University. And this weekend is the Kalamazoo Marathon, those runners, both the half marathon and full marathon, will run through Waldo Stadium. Discover Kalamazoo is sponsoring the 50 State Challenge. So there are people who aspire to run marathons in all 50 states. And we have people coming to run the full marathon from 30 states here to Kalamazoo. They're coming to Kalamazoo specifically to run the marathon, and they will see Waldo Stadium in Western Michigan University's campus on that run. Another piece of Waldo Stadium that has been in the news since the last time I spoke with you, you may not have seen, is that in January of 2027, January 30th to be specific, the former national champion men's hockey team, Western Michigan University Broncos, will play University of Michigan an outdoor game at Waldo Stadium. And that match was made possible in part by a gentleman on our team named Brad Beauregard, who helped apply for a large special event fund grant from MEDC, which we were able to receive, $200,000 grant that helped make that event possible. And it'll be a phenomenal trip-worthy event here to Kalamazoo County. So those are just some examples of how Western Michigan University helps bring people to our community. One last one, the International Congress on Medieval Studies starts immediately after graduation, which brings people from all around the world to Western Michigan University's campus. So thank you for that. The beginning of what I hope is a great partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Welcome.
Hi, Beth Berglund. I'm the Director of Policy and Strategy at the Michigan Transformation Collective. I just wanted to provide a little update based on some prior conversations that we've had and proposals that you received back in December. So one of the issues that we had brought to your attention was this idea of a tri-share reimbursement model for small businesses. We're really thinking about the way that we can lower the cost of care for families by imploring employees to enroll in tri-share so that we can draw down that third of funds from the state and work with small businesses to sort of reimburse some of their investments in their employees, thereby reducing the cost of care for families by 2/3 instead of just a straight voucher for families. We did receive a grant and found a home for that grant to do a pilot for the tri-share reimbursement program. So we will be able to share with you some results of that, and we are working with some small business incubator folks in community to try to find the small businesses that we will enroll in that pilot. We expect that to start in the middle of the summer and to go for about a year. We'll be able to support 10 businesses, 10 families. So just to try and see what the mechanisms look like, see what their the processes are, work out some of those kinks in the idea, so that we'll be able to report back to all of you on that pilot. It was a $50,000 grant through the United Way, aligned to the Kalamazoo Blueprint for Peace. That grant was focused on housing, childcare, and transportation. Just wanted to let you all know that that was going to be moving forward, and we'll start enrollment this summer. Thanks.
Thank you. I am seeing no one else in chamber for public comment. Okay. Administrator, is there anyone online?
We do, and staff will bring them over in just a moment.
Thank you. Hello, are you able to hear us? This is your opportunity for public comment.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please share your name and where you're from. Your floor is yours for 3 minutes.
My name is Mr. Hunter. I'm a homeowner in District 1, and I am calling about the mileage that will affect this district. I am calling in not support of it. I understand that children need the best care possible, but I feel like that shouldn't fall on us taxpayers. With all of the recent and current and planned development for District 1 that's currently happening, Arena, and all the development of Ransom Street, we have already been impacted. And when taxes go up, our mortgages go up. is fine possibly for people that own their home outright, but mortgage holders will possibly feel the most impact because our mortgage will go higher and higher. And that is my opinion of not support of the mileage over 10 years for the District 1.
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
And we have another. Are you able to hear us? This is your opportunity for public comment.
Hi, my name is Aliyah Abdul Mutakalim. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. I am calling in as a lifelong Kalamazoo resident and a mother of twin boys and a reproductive justice advocate. My sons were born in May of 2020, right at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, and their father and I have really struggled on finding and affording childcare. Having one kid is already hard, but having unexpected twins in a global health crisis is an Olympic feat. And despite him having a very good job with the USPS, I have had to leave the workforce on 3 different occasions due to no longer qualifying for child care assistance. So that has really put a hindrance on my family's upward mobility. It has, I've had to really struggle like finding a career that was going to fit with my child care needs while my kid's father worked in person. So he has worked upwards of 60 to 70 hours a week, 5 to 6 days a week when we were together, and I was a stay-at-home mom. It had very adverse effects on my mental health during my postpartum period. I had never intended to be a stay-at-home mom. I never wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. I like to work. I like being able to advocate for my community. I've been lucky enough to get an amazing job opportunity, but that is at the cost of foregoing assistance. They are in kindergarten now, and that is absolutely fantastic. And since they are in school, we do have that time during the school year, but we still struggle with finding like summer care and after school care. And now that, you know, we make a little bit more money economically, I have no problem with contributing to those who continue to struggle and who do not qualify for assistance. So we made too much money for assistance, about $400 over at the time, but we did not make enough to really be able to split that between like rent and basic necessities, really. So that is why I'm calling in support of the millage. If we want to be a community, if we want to say what our taxes want to go to and be able to have a say in that, we should be able to approve those things, and we should be able to use the voices of the people and also contribute to the most vulnerable, which a part of that demographic is going to be our kids and is going to be our family. Even if you don't have kids, you should be able to go into your workplace and know that your coworkers are going to be there, and so they don't have to call out, so they don't have to quit, and so people can continue to invest in our community. They want to be able to move to Michigan and stay in Michigan, particularly in Kalamazoo.
Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Are there any others? Thank you, Administrator. All right, seeing none other in chamber, we will move on to item 11, our consent agenda. Entertain a motion for the approval of the consent agenda.
Chair, I move that we approve all items on the consent agenda and vote on them at one time and be considered as a consent agenda by the board.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler for the approval of the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
You are in the meeting now.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strubs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner Duluth.
Yes.
8 yes.
Thank you, clerk. That motion carries. All right. Let's take us to unfinished business and general orders. Item 2026-551, request for approval. Resolution approving the revised conflict of interest form. Entertain a motion. Commissioner Ray. Good. Motion is made by Commissioner Ray, supported by Commissioner Morales. Open for discussion, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this motion. One, I think it should apply to everyone, including top non-elected officials and bureaucrats, all the way up and down, not just commissioners. And two, and this is a question for corporate counsel, I guess, the enforceability issue. What is the enforceability issue on this with commissioners, in that if they just say, I'm not gonna do it, there's really no way to remove them from office? I guess you could censure them. Is that what we're thinking?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. There are criminal penalties involved. And one thing that should be, I guess, clarified is that the state statutes require members of this body to file in writing any potential conflict. Now, the state statute does say 7 days prior to that issue coming up. However, what the trend is and what the best practice of governance is that the elected bodies complete that form at the beginning of the year of potential conflicts, so that there's already notice that a conflict may arise or does exist, rather than having to keep going back through every time that might be. Because you may miss that. It may be something small that you may miss, but now there's a written record of that, and that can be brought to your remembrance at that time. But if there's a violation of any, excuse me, of what's termed the state ethics laws, there are criminal penalties that can be invoked. And I would also like to speak to the issue. The state statutes do apply to every public employee. They have to abide by what's commonly known as the state ethics rule. But because those employees are not elected officials, they don't have to provide in writing what those conflicts may be, like you do, but they still have an obligation to report that conflict or potential conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Commissioner Morales.
So previously, when things came up, we just said, we acknowledged that at that time, and you're saying we just need a 7-day notice?
Yes, ma'am, but it does have to be in writing. That's what the state statute calls for. But as is throughout the literature, throughout the research, it is just better to do it at the beginning of the year, in order to put the clerk on notice that a potential conflict may exist, and the other members of this body.
Commissioner Ray, and then Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. So this one will take place of the one that we already filled out for this year, correct? And then can you elaborate a little bit more on the 7-day notice? Like, what does that mean? And then does the clerk monitor or look at the forms before every meeting before we vote on things? Or is that where the 7-day rule thing comes in? I don't know what the 7-day notice is.
Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, the Michigan legislature has a terrible habit of adopting statutes that are ambiguous or not, I'm just going to say, not well written. And I think this is one of them. However, what the 7-day notice is, 7 days before tonight's meeting, if there was a potential conflict that you saw where you had to withhold, you would have to put that in writing to the clerk's office. However, say if there was a standing conflict that you had, it's already in writing with the clerk's office because you filled that out at the beginning of the year. So you don't have to do it every time that conflict may come up.
Hello, go ahead, Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. So how would the 7-day notice be possible? We don't get the packets until Friday evening.
Madam Chair, and that is one consideration in the best governance practices that oftentimes issues come to the body either after the 7-day would be required, or sometimes even at the last minute at the meeting. So by having it already in writing, filed with the finance office, as we will require, it's required to do so with my office, it would already be, you will already have met the requirements of the statute. Thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. We already have been filling out these forms every year, and this was just a new one that elaborates more or something. I read through it and several times and asked a few questions about it. I'm just curious as to why we've got to do another one now.
Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, I only operate at the direction that I'm given. I was given the direction, I believe, by this body in order to review the form. I found the form that you had been filling out insufficient to comport with the statute, that it needed to be more detailed about what was happening with you and what is being reported as required by the state statute. And also, you still have a duty to update upon event happenings. Somebody wills you a stock. If it's more than what is allowed by the state statute, you have to report. You have to not only report that, but also refrain from voting, because under the state statute, say the stock is only worth $250 to you, you can still vote on those items that may be related to that. But if it's above that, then you have to refrain, but you also have to give the notice in writing.
Thank you. And I'll just say I do appreciate the council's work to be diligent to make sure that we are comporting with the law. And I think, it does ask us to disclose quite a bit of information. And I think it helps, build trust and governance that we're avoiding conflicts of interest or anything that's the appearance of a conflict of interest. That's due diligence on our part to do that. I do see Vice Chair has been waiting. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't recall us as a board giving direction to do that. I know that direction from corporate counsel needs to come from the board. It can't come from anybody else. But I don't recall giving direction that this is what the board wanted to update this form. That being said, I have no problem signing this form. If this body chooses to do it, I will fill it out and I will be in compliance with it. I just feel that there is far more likely ability, if we're really concerned about fraud and abuse and waste, we've got to cover all our bases. For instance, we can't have somebody's brother or sister who maybe is a high-level county employee that owns a company or something, and we get preferential bidding. That could happen just as much in the agenda setting as, say, a commissioner that votes on it. So if it was applied to all county employees and we were all going to do this, or at least the department heads or higher, that would, or anybody involved in the agenda setting, I would be voting yes. I will always be complying with this and the will of the body. But at this point, I'm going to be voting no on this. And I do not think it is a direction or interest of the board to do that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I would say it was at our last meeting, we had initial discussion on a draft. And we did provide direction to council at that time to go forward, to refine it further with the feedback that was received, rather than telling him to table it or drop it. So we did ask him to move forward. Council?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it is the will of this body, amendment to your bylaws to make this applicable to senior level employees to disclose in writing is possible and within the bounds of the state statute. And if that is the will of the body, it would be my suggestion that you go forward with this today with the instruction to Corporation Counsel to start drafting that bylaw amendment.
Vice Chair, yes.
Would an amendment to this work as well? We could just pass it unanimously, just an amendment to passing this and instructing corporate counsel at our next meeting to make this applicable or find a way to make it applicable to senior level department heads and management. Because I mean, if we're really gonna go after waste fraud, I trust everybody here. I don't think John Gissler is stealing $100 bills in his pocket on his way home or anything like that. And but I mean, if we're gonna create a system, it should be, regardless of the people, it should be about the system.
Yeah.
And that's my preference. Can we do a motion to amend?
So it does sound, we'll let council opine on that. But it does seem the recommendation was to amend the bylaws. And this board could set the leadership standard with the threshold. And to be clear, I don't, there is no, as stated by Vice Chair, I mean, I think this board is good trusting relationships with one another. We have faith in our decision making and in our ethical standards. That's a level that we hold in high regard. Our administration holds in high regard, and will set an example, stepping forward in that action and then working to further demonstrate it to the organizational leadership. But, just to convey to the community, I mean, I have full faith and trust in the ethics of our body and our employees. And certainly we set a standard so that if, there are bad actors, there is accountability for that, both publicly and legally. Okay, council.
Just two last things. I'd like to clarify also that, for the record, that these would not be held by the clerk, but by finance and my office. We would have copies of these items. And then the second thing is, rather than adding an amendment, may I suggest that my office be given 4 weeks to work on this? And I say that because if it is the desire of the body to add the senior level employees to the requirement to submit in writing any conflict of interest, I like the opportunity to speak with HR, because I think that would be while the bylaw exists, the regulation itself will be in the personnel policy. And I would like to confer with Director Sharon Brown on those matters.
So then do we need to table to a date certain then is the recommendation, council?
Yes.
What is the date that then you recommend?
May 19th. Thank you. I was thinking.
First meeting in May is May 5th. That's 2 weeks out. So it'd be May the 19th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's a recommendation. Would it require a motion to table to a date certain?
I move that we table this item till the May 19th meeting.
Motion is made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Morales, to table conflict of interest revision until May the 19th. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. Thank you for that discussion, commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, council. All right. Let's see. We are to item 13, new business or non-consent. As we open discussion here, back on the childcare millage, we've, proposed a couple of different options. A final vote needs to come forward before this body in 2 weeks. And I would suggest that there are some impacts to changing the proposed terms that the board may or may not have been able to fully vet and consider. And so I think we've heard the general support for the ballot proposal to move forward. Really, what's at hand is the term that will be available. And I think some additional fact finding and dialogue might be valuable to help inform what that term would look like. And so I would propose that we take up that discussion in 2 weeks to determine the term. Vice Chair?
There does not need to be a vote, and this is a corporate counsel question. There does not need to be a vote on the first reading. It just needs to be done as a first reading. Does the first reading have to be the exact same language as our second reading vote?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, the resolution can be amended at the second reading also.
Thank you, counsel. Yes, Council.
And just may I, because the purpose of the first reading is to provide notice to the public so that they can give input, and there may be changes that you may desire and that you may wish to either take out or put in. So that's the rationale behind being allowed to make amendments at the second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. So are commissioners open to having time to have more information presented to be informed about the term that we'll put forward to the voters? Right, I'm seeing no opposition there. Okay. All right, thank you. So with that, I'm going to close discussion with nothing further. We'll go to item 14. This is our second opportunity for public comment. You may join in person or online at the number stated previously. Once you're recognized, please share your name and where you're from. Is there anybody wishing to join us for public comment? I'm seeing none. Is there anyone online for this opportunity? All right. Seeing none there either, we will move on to item 15, reports of our officers, body, and administrator and controller. So I will just lead us off. I want to thank the commission again for our diligence, our work, our advocacy. This is a dedicated commission that really seeks to understand the needs of our constituencies and to bring them forward and advocate effectively. So I'm just thankful for my colleagues for all of that. I do want to celebrate the groundbreaking of the William Schmay House that occurred since our last meeting, and thank Commissioner Ray for being there, Administrator Catlin and our Housing Department Deputy Administrator. That was just a tremendous success. And this commission did a lot of work to help ensure that moved forward. Those are 48 units of deeply affordable housing dedicated to folks who are connected to our drug treatment court. That's why the program was named after former Judge Schmay for his groundbreaking work in bringing treatment courts to Kalamazoo and launching the first women's treatment court in the nation. And so the opportunity there for us to, again, impact children, the way that we help support people in recovery, this allows folks receiving treatment to not be isolated from their families, but maybe to be reunited with children, to be together and to change the trajectory of their lives. Again, another opportunity that we're going to celebrate before our next meeting is the launch of the landing place, where we're going to serve 70 or more families in transitional housing with full wraparound supports and services, again, committed to children and changing the trajectory for them with effective programming, supports, and services. And so I hope we see those investments, the dollars we spend there are so much more impactful than when we've let the systems break down, when we let the people struggle and suffer and get traumatized. And I'm hopeful as we move forward with the support of the child care and early learning millage that we will live into that same mentality and do the same thing. I want to thank the community. I've been out talking with more people in the community lately and directly in person. And we have such an engaged community. They are so concerned with what's happening in the world around us. And people are ready to take collective action together to recognize the inequities that have continued to exist for so long don't have to be tolerated. We don't have to just accept that as the status quo. We can move solutions forward together if we're just bold enough to do it, right? And the bumps that we hit along the way as we work to solve problems are ones that we can also solve, but it's the doing nothing, which is what government usually does, when people are suffering, that's just not acceptable in these times. So I'm so proud of that work that this government and this body has been engaged in. And I thank you. Those are my comments tonight. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few things I want to touch on. One, Vice Chair Pro Tem mentioned the Bob Brink had passed away. And I want to tell a little story about Bob Brink. In 2004, wasn't that long ago, just 22 years ago, I was just a young commissioner with way more hair. We did not have an anti-discrimination policy as it related to sexual orientation. Bob Brink was a Republican from Oshtemo Township and bucked his party and gotten a lot of hot water for passing an anti-discrimination policy in Kalamazoo County. And it took a lot of political courage for what he did back 20 some years ago. So I want to just shout out, and it happened in this chambers, and it was Bob Brink and Joe Van Bruggen who were ahead of their time. And I want to give a shout out to them. Also, the William Schmay House, the chair touched on that. What a great honor to be named after William Shea. Just an absolute treasure that we've had in our community. The start of drug courts, the start of rehabilitation in our criminal justice system, as opposed to just penalizing people and of a revolving door of criminality. He actually tried to rehabilitate and tried to look for ways to make people productive members of society instead of just trying to seek revenge. It was just, he was a wonderful judge. I still sometimes wish he was still presiding. The equalization report, we passed that tonight. It shows continued growth in Kalamazoo County. Our taxable base and our taxable value is growing faster than the rate of other areas in Michigan. It's because of our commitment from our business community, our philanthropic community, and everybody else in our community that makes this, you know, a great place. And we're continuing to build new homes. Our housing millage is a big portion of that continued growth in our equalization report. We passed Oshtemo Township sewer bonds of municipal partnerships with some of our smaller municipalities to make sure that they have the ability to fund the infrastructure projects they need to be successful for their residents and their business. And that was mentioned a few times tonight. We passed in our housekeeping $15,000 from our law enforcement contingency to go towards bottled water in our jail. We're taking that threat very seriously, and the situation that's gone on there, we are looking deep into our reserves, looking deep into our contingencies, and making sure that we're not forcing people in our jails to drink unsafe water. Can we be doing more? Probably. And I think at our next meeting, we should probably have a discussion on that. Our housekeeping, we've got unused 135,000 to our planning, lots of stuff that we've continued to do to make our community a better place. So with that, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to serve with all of you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I will share one thing also I forgot to say related to jail water issues. I do also want to take the time to thank Representative Rogers and Representative Longjohn, who came a couple months ago and toured the jail facilities with me, Sheriff Buller, to look at conditions within the jail. And when we, as leadership, we went to the Capitol Day and talked to legislators about budget allocations. One of the top priorities we elevated there was the rehabilitation of the jail facilities because it is in poor condition. So just to continue to advocate on that behest, and we've got to find a solution to it. Let's go to Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the chair and many of us that came down to the groundbreaking for our new parking structure the other day. That was something that we've had so many complaints about, and we need to support our local area here, our courts and our administration building with adequate parking. And so I think that's a big thing. I also noted that they're doing a great deal of progress on the River's Edge apartment complex, which this county was a part of helping to get that underway. It looks like they're getting really close to where they'll be able to start getting folks into that. Thanks to our housing department, who has worked diligently to provide more adequate housing for our community. Also, several of the commissioners have been both at the emergency management's training center that we had out in Oshtemo a few weeks ago, and also at the Skywarn. John Gisler was there along with several township folks, township supervisors. So they had more people than they had anticipated, and there's a great deal of folks that are concerned about emergency management, as we should be, with the number of severe storms that we've had recently and whatnot. And it's good to see those people that are interested in taking care of our community. And I want to thank them for coming out and being part of the solution instead of part of the problem. So it's huge. I want to thank this board and our administration for their hard work on all of these issues that we're facing. And we've got a lot of work. We're going to have a lot on our plate over the next months to sort things out and prioritize, as Mr. Gisler would like to remind us. And I think it's important. We need to prioritize. We need to make every tax dollar work for the citizens of this county. And thanks for everybody's support, our administration, and all of our staff, some 900 some odd employees that we have that work diligently in our county to make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. And as I always say, we need to, when we see our military folks that are protecting us here and abroad, and our fire and police and medical people that are out there on a daily basis, even during all these storms and stuff, doing what we can to protect the public. I think it's critical that you say thank you to them. They appreciate hearing from you, and making them feel a little bit better about their sacrifices away from their families and friends to be out there trying to help folks in their hour of need. So thank you all. Have a great week.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator Catlin.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. This evening, I want to share an update about the jail water remediation activities. So the county continues to actively address these issues related to water quality concerns in the jail with state and city partners. Actions have been taken currently to replace the water meters. We've also flushed the entire facility. We've also are in the process of procuring inline water filtration systems, as well as replacing drinking water fountains with bottle filling stations for both staff and the public. Those efforts are underway, and they are either related to activities in terms of delay, or either related to supply chain issues and or just issues with just back order. And so our B&G department is staying on top of that, still working with state and city partners to actively test that water. Recent media reports suggested the county is not providing sufficient water is just totally inaccurate. We've certainly have met with the sheriff's office and want to dispel those rumors and allegations. Bottled water continues to be made available upon request, with distribution protocols in place to maintain safety and welfare of the facility. And so due to security concerns, residents are only provided one bottle at a time, as plastic bottles can be modified into potential weapons. And so those are the security protocols in place, and they must be maintained to maintain safety and security of not just staff, but those residents lodged in the jail. So it's important to note that per guidance of MDHHS, the water remains safe for showering and food preparation. System flushing may result in visible sediment, which is the case with any residential home, any business. When the city of Kalamazoo flushes the hydrants, that is very common in the system. So additional improvements and long-term remediation strategies are underway and will be informed by the MDHHS toxicologist as we move forward through the process. So timeline for full restoration for tap water service remains dependent on the supply chain issues and the factors associated with that equipment and materials, then as well as our MDHHS partners. So we're working actively to mitigate this issue and resolve it, and we'll continue to keep this body and the public up to date on that, and we have released a statement to that effect. I wanted to just chime in on the ARPA update. The body will receive an update on the May 6th meeting. Please note it is May 6th, not May 5th. May 5th is an election, so the next time we will meet will be Wednesday, May 6th. So you will receive an update ahead of time, but then in preparation for the meeting for review of the ARPA projects that are still in the queue. As you know, recently, ISK, as the chair mentioned, declined their $66,000 award because thank goodness their funding was restored. I did just receive an email tonight from Discover Kalamazoo indicating they could easily and effectively deploy that funding. So, folks are watching the meeting, and I know CEO Ghosh is here in the meeting, so obviously hearing it firsthand. So there are certainly projects and community partners that can use that funding to leverage. So as you know, and just as a reminder, that funding must be expended by December 31st, 2026. I wanted to just share a very quick update from Michigan Association of Counties. I believe actually the Capital Conference, or not Capital, but I know there's a conference coming up very soon. It might be this week or next week. But they are, and I know Vice Chair Taylor, frequently attends those, which is a great thing to continue to be able to bring back some information to share with the lobbyists within MAC does a lot of work on the state budget. They've noted that the House budgets look promising, but there's just a long way to go in Lansing. And so what that really means is that there's been movements on the budget. However, the Consensus Revenue Estimating Conference is scheduled May 15th. So while they're already compiling numbers, they don't know how much money they even have. So they are assembling packages, assembling budgets, but they really won't be able to drill down granularly until after May 15th, when they actually know how much money they're working with. MAC did share that statutory revenue sharing, as it stands today, without knowing what that estimating conference will hold, is up in terms of is up by 19.8 million. And then our public safety trust fund is up by 2.5 million. But again, all of that will kind of get shaken out once they have that estimating revenue conference, or revenue estimating conference rather, excuse me. And so that's some good news. They do fight hard for us, and we're hopeful that hopefully that's all maintained within the budget process. As you know, we were at least able for 2026 be able to remain flat year over year and not actually sustain a reduction. So that's a good thing. I want to just provide a quick item on the Veteran Service Office, the Farmers Market Partnership. That was an item on the agenda tonight. So they're happy to announce an enhancement in the food assistance program for veterans in partnership with GAM Shows, which are operators of Park Street Market and Midtown Fresh. They will now be they've been selected to operate the Kalamazoo's Farmers Market, and so BSO issued food only cards will now be accepted at that farmers market, which is a great thing. It gives them access to fresh, locally produced food, and it really just allows them to sustain and support that local agriculture, kind of effort that we like to sustain here. And so that was item 2026-428 on the board's agenda tonight, if you want to go back and read more about that. I did send an email about a community engagement opportunity. So if you're interested in partnering with the Kalamazoo Public Library on May 20th from 10 to 11 to read to children, and they're there with their parents and guardians, but volunteers are needed for that. So please look at that email, review that, and look forward to contributing to an engaging, impactful literacy experience. It's important that our young ones hear from our elected officials and our leaders. So we plan to share this with the county courts, the other elected officials in the county wise, and then also department heads and leaders in the county too, to see if they'd like to endeavor in that. As you know, sort of in memoriam to one of the commissioners that we've spoken about tonight, there's another former county commissioner that also passed away, Barbara Abernathy Ryder. And so she served on the commission for a couple of terms, or a few terms. So we just want to, express or extend rather our condolences to her family, friends, and all who were touched by the wonderful work and leadership that she's had in the county. There's a program within WMU that's actually named after her and her husband. She was a doctor of occupational therapy. And so she had a deep commitment for public service and community advancement, and actually contributed to that program's success. So highly recognized, and we can send out that obituary as well. So if you're interested in attending those services. We also have, lastly, I have two more items. There is a Brush the Block public art sponsorship opportunity that I wanted to share with the board, and I can get some more information to you all about that. The Brush the Block Mural Festival is a community-driven initiative led by the Arts Council of Greater Kalamazoo that focuses on activating public spaces through large-scale murals. And so they reached out asking if the county would like to sponsor the program for that, and what it would do is bring a mural to one of our current buildings, and probably likely in the downtown area if the body was interested. So the sponsorship for the mural package is about $10,000, and so I told them that I would share it with the body, and if there's interest, just through the chair, let us know, and then we can get full board discussion on the on an upcoming agenda. I believe they said the actual event takes place sometime, I want to say it was September or October this year, so it was a little bit later in the year, but they're trying to drum up the support now. And they did inform me that the city of Kalamazoo has participated in the past. So if there's interest in that, just let Chair Streps know, and then we can try to bake that into an agenda for a full board discussion. Yes, Chair.
I just have a question. Are those murals on the exterior of buildings, or can they be on the interior of a public space, like that big giant bare white wall in the Pratt Justice Center? That whole atrium.
That's a great question. I will reach out to the Arts Council and ask that clarifying question. I would assume that they probably could do that, but we'll get that clarified and sent out to the board. And then the last item I had, just very quickly, is that we are scheduling Budget 101 training, more of equipping the body with the tool set to build a stronger understanding of the county budget, but then also how to manage it and hold us accountable. And so that training will be conducted only with internal staff. No external consultants will be present. And then to accommodate the schedules, as we held the last training just here yesterday, yesterday it's already, so but that training, what we found is that just the scheduling, it's tough. So I want to gauge the board's availability in terms of night meetings, so or a night's, or I guess I'd leave it up to the body. We were thinking either starting at 5:30, or we can start, I mean, we're here all day anyway, so whatever is beneficial to, because we want the board to be there in advance of the budget process and the budget retreat, so that every commissioner understands how the budget works, what to look for in the monthly finance reports, what to look for in the monthly investment reports, those sort of things, so you just feel better equipped. So we're looking for some dates potentially in May ahead of the July budget retreat. So that's all I have for you, but I would love some feedback on that sooner than later.
Yeah, and I think like around that 3 and 4 o'clock time when people are trying to pick up their kids, that's a difficult time. But I know, so if you could please provide Dr. Kentlin if daytime meetings are better or evening meetings, but that late afternoon, I think, is a particular tough spot for most of us, or quite a number of us anyway. Do you want to go first or last? Go ahead. Oh, yes, absolutely. I'll go Commissioner Ray and then Commissioner Kiss.
I just have a couple questions. And my vote would be for morning meetings, daytime. I have some questions, like a follow-up question. You were talking a little bit fast when you were giving some updates about the jail. When you said they were going to be replacing the water bottles with water bottle fillers or something, and you said for staff and public, is that not for the inmates, or who exactly is that for, and what exactly is it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
That's a great question. So the bottle water filler stations are only for the public and staff that are traversing the like administration portions of the jail, offices, that sort of thing. So those water fountains have been taken offline as well, and so we can replace those similar to the stations that we have right out here in the hallway. So that's mainly for them. The other tap water is really I would say the priority for us to get back up and running and functioning for the actual residence lodge at the jail. So they don't have access to bottle water filling stations, rather. So
okay. And so as far as getting the tap water back up and running, per the media, undersheriff said that it will take 6 to 8 months to repair. Is that like an accurate timeline?
Sure. Yeah. So Commissioner Reed, what we envision is that we're following process. I can't give the board or the public a definitive timeline. I will just say that we've ordered equipment, we've ordered materials, we're working with the state to remediate the issue. So we're hopeful that it would be sooner than that, but I can't provide a timeline at this point until equipment orders and schedules are provided to us.
Okay, and then Chair, just one more follow-up question. I saw an email today about getting like gallon size waters or jugs or whatever are those for the inmates for like in the cells or like what are we doing here? The mixed things with the bottled water, like some folks are saying we're not really getting 7, and then the sheriff is saying we are getting 7, but like there are multiple people who are like, I just got out and we're not getting 7. So like, what are we really doing?
According to the sheriff's office, every resident lodged at the jail is provided adequate amount of water upon request. So it's an exchange program. They receive a bottle and they must exchange the bottle to get a new fresh bottle of water. There is a limit of 7 that has been imposed, but that's a loose limit. If residents need more water, the staff will provide them more water. I believe part of the issue likely is that that residents at the jail are likely I would say, sort of, I don't know the word I'm trying to figure out here, but upset that possibly when they request an exchange of a bottle, it's just not delivered to them on their timeline. And so, obviously, with there being over 400 residents at the jail, it takes time for them to go through those requests. But they are being provided water on a very specific timeline, and I would say timely. It just might not be to their standards. And we're doing the best that we can at the sheriff's office to provide the residents with water. To speak to your question about the gallon size, what that would do is alleviate probably that sense of, that sense of urgency that residents feel like probably staff aren't providing to them. So they would have a larger bottle of water to deal or to consume, so that they're not asking more frequently for water. It'd be a more infrequent request if they were provided something like a liter or a gallon of water or something like that.
I will go to the inmate.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there maybe a possibility to get like the 5-gallon jugs? Maybe, I don't know. It just sounds like if I have to make my noodles in this water and it's all I get to drink, like how do I decide? Do I gotta brush my teeth in it? Like, it's only 7 bottles a day, and is that enough water?
So the general rule of thumb is that the average human should be consuming half of their body weight in ounces, right, of water. The 7 bottles of water is very sufficient for the average human being. And the sheriff's office has went above and beyond by stating, we're not just providing 7, we're providing the water upon request. They just established this loose limit so that we could budget and provide the body with a number to budget adequately as we procure water in the interim to remediate the issue. But again, I will clarify that residents are provided enough water if they request it. What we're getting to is hearsay, I'll be honest. And so what I want to caution the body is that while you may have residents indicating that they're not providing water, the sheriff's office has on the record stated that they are providing the water. So I think that we need to provide at least the sheriff's office with the benefit of the doubt that they are providing the water, because we are going through the water pretty quickly, and that's why the $15,000 a month request is on the agenda to continue to replenish their account to procure the water. So I do just want to, just reorient the board to that.
Thank you, Administrator. And I just want to note that it's not that we're not providing the sheriff with the benefit of the doubt, but like people are calling me, like I check my phone during break and I'm tagged in another, we're not getting water. So I think for my constituents, it's important that I'm asking these questions. And it's not that I doubt that the sheriff is giving people water, but I have to ask those questions. It's important to know for my constituents.
Thank you. Something too, I think we've talked previously about the larger container of water would decrease the number of exchanges that are required and also probably create a little bit of psychological safety for the resident in the jail, that they don't have just this much water in front of them. They have a more robust container. But that's going to become a bigger issue, especially as it gets hot, because our jail facility gets very humid, very hot inside, and water needs will increase at that time. So I know the sheriff and the team at the jail are working diligently to problem solve through this, and we'll do what we can to expedite the improvement of the equipment, collaboration with the city water for chemistry on the water and all of that, but the concern's gonna escalate as it gets hot. You know, it's gonna be very difficult. Okay, Commissioner Gisler had.
Thank you, Chair. Kevin, can you give us a quick update on the north entrance? Is that coming along?
Yes, that project is about, that's a great question, Commissioner Gisler. So commissioners, it's just a phenomenal question. I always forget to update it because we're just in it every day. But yes, that project is about 8 to 10 weeks out, again, because of supply chain issues and scheduling laborers to do the work. So that material has been ordered. Orders have been placed. So we hope within about the next 2 months, it'll be all tidied up. The elevator has, I would say, semi-promising news. A lot of the components on the left side actually are still usable. They're just ordering the parts and pieces that they need to piece that one back together. So, but that's still probably minimum 2 months, 3 months out still. But B&G is working on that to procure the necessary materials to get that elevator, the other elevator back up and running as well. So probably, hopefully, within the next 2 months, we'll have a new entrance. And what we have done is also within that project for the south side entrance, we're also equipping that with an ADA opener as well, so that if this ever does happen again, at least that side has an ADA opener. We don't have to. Right now, Deputy Kelly has been very accommodating. He helps individuals that he watches the cameras all the time. So when he sees someone that's just not able to open the door, he will actually proactively get out of his chair and go open the door and hold it open for him, and then escort them to the proper place within the building. So we do have staff that have been doing that just to accommodate folks in the future, in the interim, until the solution's in place.
Anything further for Administrator? All right, would you like to go first, or? Okay, Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a whole lot. I just want to say thank you to the folks who showed up to give public comment regarding their support or not support of the current proposed childcare millage. Thank you to Beth for championing the issue. It's a very important issue, and very important that we allow the voters to decide. I also wanted to, when we talk about the ARPA funds, want to reconvene the gun violence subcommittee to see if we can reallocate the remaining, I think it's $200,000 before we lose it, because it doesn't look like we're going to get any projects that we're looking for as far as the data. So if we could get that scheduled, that would be awesome. I don't know if the board needs to vote to reconvene the subcommittee, or if we can just meet Corporation Council.
Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there was no disbandment, or if the committee had not been wound down and closed, it would just require a notice.
Yeah, it's just an ad hoc committee of the board that was tasked with reviewing ARPA funds for gun violence.
I think we voted on it, though. I don't know if we voted for a time frame, but I'm sure we voted because we named members.
Maybe because the same subject matter is up, though, it maybe then still applies to the ad hoc as it was created. Would that be right, Council?
That would be correct. And it was an ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
Then the chair could simply reconvene.
Okay.
Okay, absolutely, we'll do that.
Okay. I think I had one more thing. Oh, and the final thing was the housing conference that's coming up May in Lansing. I was trying to wait until we had the discussion regarding the process, but it doesn't look like it's coming, so I want to attend. I don't know who I need to reach out to. And that's all I have. Oh, thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, for your service.
Commissioner Morales.
I just wanted to make a motion. Continuing education for commissioners is very important to me. I'd like to make a motion that we approve funding for, and until this all, we won't have to later, but we approve funding for Commissioner Ray to attend the housing.
Support. A motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Morales, to approve funding for Commissioner Ray to attend the housing conference. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, now to Commissioner Morales. Nicely done, Commissioner Ray. All right, Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. Most of my questions have been answered. As far as the gallon of water, I know I'm beating a dead horse, Dr. Catlin, but have they thought about box water? Because a gallon of water would be more plastic that could possibly be bigger weaponry. So, I'm just trying to cover all aspects. And as Commissioner Ray said, one of the commissioners asked me why people are in jail, because they are. And, we need officers, right? So, so seriously, I have had a flood of tags on Facebook, my inbox being full of folks just coming home and not having a pleasant experience. Not that, and I see comments like, what did they expect? Basic human rights, basic needs met when women are on their cycle. Like, because we have so many issues, one sanitary napkin might not be the best for myself, who have fibroids and experienced too much loss, which led to infusions. And so when we have people in there, how are we handling that? I also had constituents complain that they were turning off, I guess, the alert buttons when they were trying to get service. I don't know how true that stuff is, but I just myself can't imagine, out of all the years I've had seen people go in and out of jail, this is the first time that I've heard so many folks with a bad experience. I think it's important, as Gisler holds his prioritize sign up, that's your cue, that that we that we prioritize this. Like, if we have funding, 7 bottles of water, is that 12 ounces? Is that 16 ounces? Like, what are we talking about? I don't know if they are able to cook. I've never been incarcerated, so I truly really don't know what the stipulations are. I did go visit the jail, and the sheriff did show me things that needed to, be made right. And I think that in this issue, I heard you say that we're trying to do some things, but I think we do need a solid timeline. Our tax dollars are going to that, and they're not going to stop arresting folks. And I want to make sure that people are getting, the number one thing we need is water, right? That's what you get contaminated water, that could be it. So I just want to make sure that we do prioritize water, getting box water in there if plastic is, a concern. My email is flooded right now with support of the millage. I think it's important for folks to understand that nobody is saying no right now. You hear your yays and nays, but we haven't made a decision as a commissioner. And I'll speak to my district, although we hold all the districts, that I do support this, but there are some things that I would like to see edited in this to make almost everybody happy. Nobody is going to be happy. I'm not looking at you, Kevin. I'm just talking. What else do I have? Congratulations to all of the graduates from KVCC and Western Michigan University and K College that are coming up. This is important. I'm glad that WSA president came forth. I was a part of asking them for lots of money to do programming as an undergraduate. So I'm happy to see that we are looking to reinvest in college students. My hope is that as we talk about higher paying jobs, that we as a board make sure that happens right here so that we can keep our graduates here. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morales. Commissioner Mazer. Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to comment briefly about my first opportunity to sit in on drug treatment courts. And I happened to pick a chair in the jury box, I guess. And right next to me was Judge Schmay. And it was really a great way to start being exposed to those programs, because he was pulling me in on everything. He said, "Oh, watch this," she's gonna get arrested all the way. And it was a female drug treatment court, and she didn't know it, but he was right. He said, the two guys came out and took her away, and the next one was somebody that had done okay, but they'd missed a urine drop or something, and he said, "Oh, that's not good." So her time incarcerated is going to be extended by a week or something like that. It was a good introduction to the process. Anyway, the Kalamazoo Citizens for Responsible Government on May 11th will host, and this is in Portage on Romance Road at 8:30 in the morning, and we're going to have our illustrious administrator, Dr. Kevin Catlin, will inform us of everything that's important for the county, and anybody's welcome to attend it. We don't have any requirements. You just got to be there, and we aren't going to charge you, but we will hope that you'll maybe eat breakfast there, so it'll make us okay for the restaurant. Excuse me. And I do have a comment. I want to pay particular shout out to Terrell Cole, who arranged for me to have my ADA assistance now. And it was what? Yeah. Why? You thought I had an earmuff or something?
The Tigers game on.
No, yeah, right. No, this is, I'll pull it out. It's the same thing that they have over at the Health and Community Service. It's like, I think it's a Motorola or a Williams Sound. It looks like I guess it is not Motorola. It'd be after an B&M. It's a W. And it's really cool. You stick it up there, and it took me longer to get it around my ear than anything else. And I can dial this up. Ooh, I just dialed myself off. I needed it primarily for Abby, because she's not here tonight. She tends to speak in a low voice, and my hearing aids just don't pick that up, even coming through the microphones. And she also will talk like this, and then she'll turn away as her voice drops off. And I told Kevin I probably missed 25% of what she has to say, and I don't want to do that because she makes good contributions. Anyway, thank you, Terrell. That's it.
Did you hear all that stuff I said about you?
Only the good stuff.
Commissioner DeLue.
I want to thank Commissioner Gissler for that uplifting drug treatment story there. That was a classic. And like Commissioner Ray said, I really appreciate when the citizens show up and make their comments known. It's nice having them show up in person. And with all this college talk tonight, I'm an alum of both Valley and Western, and look where I am today. So just two great institutions we're lucky to have in Kalamazoo. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, with nothing else before us, we are adjourned.